Kia ora tātou, ki te mihi nui, and welcome. So, my privilege this morning to do a karakia to start the meeting, and I'll do a whakatūria mai. Whakatūria mai te uru kahikatea, whakatūria mai te uru tāmatua. Koutou rona pakiakatea, koutou rona kaupekahia. Kia rangi whawha, kia eo rangi. E whakamaru maru, he whakaruru hau. E te iwi e. Ui, wiro, tau mai te Māori. Haume e, ui e, tai. Although there's no literal translation, it's about the kahikatea. And it says, stands the grove of kahikatea, stands the grove of the taumatua. Reach out the roots, reach out the branches to be widespread, to reach high, to shade, to shelter the people. Cover, challenge, the Maori settles here. Band together, hold together. So thank you. Is that all right? Is that all right? That was my challenge this morning to do that, so I've done it. Our first presenter is Mr. Hugh Turnbull. Hugh, if you'd like to come to the microphone there, there's a button on the right-hand side of the microphone. When you're ready to speak, if you'd speak that. We have Councillor Claire Mackay online this morning, and the other councillors are in the room. So when you're ready, you've got 10 minutes. Louise got a bell that she'll give you a little tinkle at 9, so then you'll have another minute. So when you're ready.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Hugh Turnbull. We own a dry stock, store stock farm, approximately 750 hectares of medium steep hill country in Omahe, North Canterbury, which does also include a 20 hectare QE2 covenant we put in. All right, the planned overall rate rise is diabolical, and if these proposed huge rate rises go through, they will never come down again. Over the length of the long-term plan, the cumulative increases of both options are excessive, and I've roughly calculated 70% for option 1. Only 2 options have been presented. There is no live within your means and concentrate on core business option. You know, I wish I could go out and come up with a wish list and then get others to pay for it. ECAN staff and councillors need to seriously re-examine the long-term plan to ensure that the work proposed is totally necessary and undertake reasonable cost-benefit analysis and not just to work on a wish list. There is work to be done, you know, cleaning up the weeds and willows from small braided rivers, etc. But the proposed increases are excessive, and it's hard to find much detail on exactly where the money was spent in the consultative document compared to the current year. It was disappointing to see the ECAN chair highlighting the minimal rate rises for Christchurch ratepayers. She said, bite the bullet on rates, ECAN chair says. Well, for rural ratepayers, it's more like having a high explosive shell forced down your throat. You know, the minimal rate rise for Christchurch ratepayers, yes, I could put up with an average quoted increase of $1.55 a week. But all that means is that there are large numbers of other ratepayers who will have increases significantly above the quoted values. Using the rates calculated under option 1, our rates would increase 27% from 2,062 to 2,630 under, and option 2, 18% to 2,435 for the current year. Under option 1, this is an increase of $568, equating to $50.57 per week. This increase for our property is more than the total rate bill quoted for the average Christchurch property. And ours is basically probably one of the smaller rural rate increases. In the interests of fairness to all, ECAN should be using the maximum allowable UAGC percentage to take for rates. Property values do not correlate to incomes and ability to pay. Using ECAN's rate calculator for the UAGC for the higher option, our increase comes down to about 12% for option 1, which is still way too high. More items could come out of the UAGC. For example, all of the regional strategic leadership could come out of the UAGC. And the items removed from the proposed UAGC that are in the current UAGC should all be included in the proposed UAGC. The youth engagement and education scheme should be scrapped, as this is a job for the Ministry of Education. ECAN needs to seriously look at the efficiencies of its internal processes to ensure that staff work and engage honestly, pragmatically, and with integrity with ratepayers. For example, several years ago, ECAN covertly mapped supposed wetlands and rural properties from satellite imagery data and created a publicly available database without informing the landowners. Another was when the Regional Pest Management Plan was reviewed in 2017, where numerous farmers submitted on the Nacella stating that the annual grubbing time cut-off date should be more flexible for harder hill country properties. But the submission was ignored by ECAN staff and they produced their recommendations. But due to issues that arose over the 2017 Nacella season, ECAN is now engaged in an expensive co-design process for Nacella control. When the existing rules, as they stand at the moment, are more than adequate, as long as they are enforced pragmatically, honestly, and with integrity. Consenting processes, costs and delays are another issue that's seriously affecting rural ratepayers. Our farm has been on the receiving end of heavy-handed ECAN staff actions. I'll stand you up against the actions, which included ECAN reneging on an agreement, ECAN undertaking a seriously deficient tender process involving, among other things, a serious conflict of interest, which resulted in Pricewaterhouse investigating the process at ratepayers' expense, costing about $15,000, but they did not, unfortunately, examine a very suspect scoring process, which resulted in the most extensive tender, who provided no evidence of having undertaken that type of work, winning the tender. ECAN trying to shut down communications numerous times, etc. ECAN has caused our family a lot of unnecessary stress and grief.
Mr. Turnbull, may I remind you this is an LTP submission. We've been through this with you, and if we could just stick to our LTP, that would be good. Thank you. Okay, your button, please, Mr. Turnbull.
Okay. So what I did say, this cost $50,000 to date and it's basically an unnecessary expense. And how many others such expenses are festering away? It's internal processes that need looking at to reduce your costs. ECAN should join forces with all other regional and local councils to strenuously lobby local central government. But the more rules they place on local government, the more money they're sucking out of the productive economy, especially pertinent in the current situation. ECAN by statute has to write numerous plans, which by the time they go on to all the consultation stages are generally out of date, as by then there's generally new central government rules to come into force. This is especially applicable to the RMA that's about to be reviewed, as I understand that'll affect all the plans already out there, which is just another central government cost imposed on ratepayers. So in summary, yeah, both proposed rate increase options are excessive. Percentage of rates increase obtained by UAGC should be significantly increased. ECAN needs to seriously look at its internal processes, and all councils need to put pressure on central government. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you be able to leave that submission? I think the one that we've got is different. So with the stuff in the corner here, that'd be great. So are there any questions? Yes. Any questions? Councillor Farm.
Good morning. Thanks for your submission today, Hugh. My question was just about your comment about no concentrated core business option, because as the council has put up, our option 2, as we see it at least, is sort of the core business option. But you've mentioned, in terms of what to cut from that, you've mentioned youth engagement and education, and that's mainly in option 1, so it is cut in option 2. You've mentioned the freshwater planning things that you'd like us to be lobbying about. Is there anything else that you would like to see us cut, like areas that, I don't know, if you wanted the rate rise to reduce like that, where would you go to next? And your button, sorry, because I'm just on it. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't actually really delve into your plan, but just seeing the amount of increases there, there's a lot of scope there for seriously going back to it and just examining, it's nice to do this, yes, it needs doing in the long term. Does it have to be done now? Can it be spread out further? Because those rate increases are horrendous and they're never going to come down again. And it's just an ongoing cost, and especially hitting rural ratepayers. It's, if you want to do this, up your UAGC and spread your income more widely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question for Mr. Turnbull? So thank you, Hugh, for coming in. Thank you for sharing that with us. As I say, if you could leave that in the corner with the staff, that'd be great. Now, can I call Steve Martin to give his submission? There's no need to be incredibly nervous, like you told me, Steve. They're just a bunch of people just like you. But we're here to listen to you. This is your time. As already said, 10 minutes, and if we get there to 9, Louise will ring the bell. So just when you're ready, and just pop the right-hand button on. Yeah, that one there? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Steve Martin, and I'm here hoping to interest ECAN in funding a purposeful academic study which will be conducted by Waterways Management. The long-term aim of the study is to help readdress increased nitrate levels through the use of microfiltration. To begin, I'll explain my interest. In my late 40s, I undertook studies at UC to attain some academic credibility for a completely different passion. Whilst studying anthropology in my honours year, I developed an understanding of mycology, mycoremediation, and mycorrhizal networks. I'm in awe of the ecological solutions Paul Stamets has implemented for the Environmental Protection Agency and even with the Fukushima power plant. My final dissertation paper examined what was behind the decision to chlorinate water in Christchurch from 2018. I found it interesting to note that Statistics New Zealand established that the declining state of rivers, lakes and wetlands is the most important environmental issue for 80% of New Zealanders. I think it's fair to say that what many of us took for granted growing up here, that being constant access to swimmable and often drinkable water, has changed, especially as water has been increasingly commodified. My objective today is to try and tackle an issue which has possibly impacted me personally. I grew up drinking water from taps, hoses, etc. without any concern whatsoever. I went to Australia in 1987. And within a few days of arriving, I started putting fridges of bottled water into the refrigerator. On returning to New Zealand, our tap water just wasn't cold enough anymore, and since then I've always bottled water. At the beginning of last year, I went to Brisbane for a family issue and ended up getting trapped there because of COVID-19. Because I'd lived in Australia years ago, I had Medicare access, and I thought it prudent to re-establish myself, so to speak. A week after receiving my Medicare card in the mail, I also received a bowel screening kit because I was over 50. I still am over 50, actually. To be perfectly honest, and I hope you'll forgive the expression, it was actually wise to give a shit, or at least a sample. On coming around after the colonoscopy, I was told that if I hadn't had this procedure done within the next 6 months, I'd have been in serious trouble. 6 weeks after the colonoscopy, I had a major operation which removed 25% of my colon. Despite the trauma, I consider myself lucky. While recuperating, I read with interest about the increase of colorectal cancer in many parts of New Zealand because of increased nitrate levels within water supplies. That naturally spoke very loudly to me. If colorectal cancer is so prevalent here, why aren't bowel screening kits being posted out? There seems to be a hospital at the bottom of the cliff instead of a fence at the top approach. Being here today
and knowing how often ECAN appears in varying reports on the issues pertaining specifically to water, I highly doubt that I can share anything new with your good selves apart from possibly a different kind of panacea. Environmental issues can be improved or mitigated using live mushroom mycelium in a process known as mycoremediation. Mycoremediation is about using fungi to decontaminate the environment, utilizing the natural way in which mycelium breaks down materials to filter out or decompose toxins in the environment. There are several ways that mycoremediation can be implemented, depending on the specific task at hand. The long-term aim of the research that waterways management will undertake is to develop tailor-made, efficient, and effective solutions for any given scenario. This involves assessing the site, situation, hydrology, substrate, suitable fungal species, and several other factors. In my initial submission, I attached 4 papers that verified the success of similar such studies abroad. The most commonly spoken of local study was conducted by Grant Lyons at Innermost Gardens in Wellington around 10 years ago. Over the space of a few years, and through a lot of trial and error, Grant managed to improve the quality of soil in ground that had had over 50 years of regular DDT spray. In reading through ECAN's long-term consultation document, I realized that this submission leans towards option 1 because this is an environmental initiative. We are encouraged by the fact that science-informed decision-making will be key, as will ongoing projects that gain strong partnership support and a shared funding approach, and empowering and engaging within communities. The success of this initiative definitely speaks to some of ECAN's requirements. In regards to transformational opportunities, we aim to accelerate regeneration of the natural environment, facilitate diversification of land use, as well as build community engagement. Ricardo Bella Mendoza, who is heading this project for waterways management, has shared the intentions with numerous faculty members of both universities, that being UC and Lincoln, and had discussions with Tamari Tau. We are all equally aware of the importance of collaboration with such an undertaking. Within New Zealand, the whole science of mycology is increasing. In the Littleton markets on Saturday, Thomas Brain specifically sells oyster mushrooms, which are the most commonly used species in mycofiltration. His video clips on how to grow your own mushrooms attract thousands of followers. There are increasing numbers of people have become aware of fungi in all sorts of capacity, and shared knowledge of this approach could help us collectively to address some worrisome issues. Not only will this help to preserve areas of traditional mahinga kai, but it will also add to mahinga kai. Despite the fact that mycelia filters nitrates, the fruit is actually perfectly edible and safe. Okay? This purposeful initiative will create jobs once it is up and running and provide a means to effect change in ways that nobody else is currently trying. I hope that the intentions of this project resonate and that on May 20th, Waterways Management will get the go-ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. You've done a pretty good job of that. I must say that your submission, I got to the first page and then I got to the science, and that sort of confused me. But we've got a question from Councillor Marshall, Councillor McKenzie, and Councillor Farm, and Councillor McKenzie.
You've got 4 questions. Kia ora, thanks, Steve. I was just wondering if you had a business case or a monetary dollar you could share with us that you're asking for, and just press your button again, please.
No, shall to be perfectly honest, at this stage, people have asked, where do I see myself in a few years should this proceed? I've never looked that far ahead. As I said at the outset, I have another passion which I'm pursuing personally, which means more to me. But this has a personal significance. My involvement at this stage is merely altruistic. If I can get it up and running, I'll be satisfied with that. Nobody else is doing it.
Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Steve, just thanks for your submission. And like the chairman, I have briefly read a lot of your science stuff, and I'm familiar with quite a lot of it, which is really exciting stuff. But a more personal question: you live at New Brighton still, and are you, your comments about colorectal cancer, are you trying to associate those with nitrate levels in your drinking water here in Christchurch?
No.
Thanks for your submission, Steve. My question was about the sort of application of this research, because I think it was in your email, it said long-term that the mycological filters could be applied to the likes of rainwater tanks and rainwater runoff. But then you also said in your submission that it could be applied potentially in any given scenario. And I assume you're referring to more generally in terms of landscape use. Do you want to expand on that? Sorry, in your button.
And looking at a lot of the various ways in which microfiltration has been applied, there seems to be a lot more scope. There's definitely, people say, oh, we've got riparian measures in place, but riparian measures only work while at the riverbank. The likes of microfiltration can be used around farm sheds to help sort of cleanse up the runoff. Thomas Brain had suggested to me that chicken farmers are buying oyster mushrooms to plant around their chicken sheds to try and sort of absorb the shit and, the feces, all that kind of stuff. It's being used, and nobody knows what the limitations of it are. I know that there's Drinkable Rivers. There's an organisation called Drinkable Rivers, which is founded by Michael Mile, and they're looking to cleanse up the Avon River and that. And yet, even the springs are yielding sort of contaminated water with E. coli in it because of leaching underneath the Waimakariri River. How do we tackle that? And whether it's just mushroom sort of filters or micro filters around our sort of neighbourhoods, whether we started putting those into berms, it could help with the cleansing of water. We've got 3 ways of water management, looking at all sorts of strategies. We can be doing things ourselves quite simplistically.
Thank you for that. Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Thanks, Steve. Very interesting proposal. I'm not sure if it's a submission, but it's more to me, it's a proposal. But there are some organisations that you may not be aware of that may help with this, which is separate to this discussion. I guess my question is around the scaling up, because the volume of water that would need to be treated in this way. Have you thought about, I suppose, the feasibility in terms of large scale filtration?
I think we're sort of at the stage where excuse me. I think at the moment we're at a stepping stone sort of approach. We've got to take this gradually. There is a lot of potential. We know of organisations around New Zealand like New Zealand Mycology, run by Barton Acres and all this kind of stuff, who are trying to roll these models out, but nobody has done it successfully. And with an academic study complete with the support of UC, as Cheryl Delaray last week was sort of suggesting, we think there's scope for putting this out in a wider sort of market, but it's going to take time. I don't suggest we have a sort of solution at this stage, but we're never going to reach it if we don't fund the studies.
This is Steve. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your personal story with us and also your ideas. Obviously, you've elicited a fair bit of interest around the table. That information that you've presented, I don't know if we've got that in full, so if we could just leave that with the staff in the corner, that'd be great. Not email it, though, but if you just check out with them, we'll sort that out. So that's good. Thank you very much. The next submitter, you're welcome. Next submitter is Keep Our Assets Canterbury, which is 697, and Mr. Minto and Mr. Horton. Am I right? Yeah, I thought I recognised Mr. Minto. So thank you. So again, just not.
Yep. Thank you very much. My name is Murray Horton. I'm the convener of Keep Our Assets Canterbury, or COA. This is John Minto. Our name is basically what it says on the tin. Just briefly, background, we grew out of the national 2012 campaign of Keep Our Assets, which was to do with power companies. I think we're the only group still going with that name. Primarily our interest is with the City Council, but also we have interest with an ECAN. So thank you for having us here. This is actually my first time I've been here to ECAN. I should mention that we noted recently one of your colleagues on the City Council was quoted in an unguarded moment as saying, quote, "We City Councillors don't necessarily listen to any submissions." So I hope that Councillor McDonald, I hope that that is not the prevailing philosophy here. Now, John, we have twice run John Minto here as our mayoral candidate, 2016 and 2019. So John is particularly keen to talk to you today about the question of free buses and transport. So I'll deal with a few other points. Our submission was written by Steve Howard, who was unable to be here with us today. So basically, John and I are speaking on our behalf, and Steve is actually prioritising speaking to the City Council on their long-term plan in an hour's time. COA is a sort of has a number of groups and individuals involved, and basically our commitment can be summed up as retaining public assets and common goods and public ownership. The fundamental point to make is that we see democracy as being our most important asset that any community can have. We think this is paramount over everything. And ECAN is the perfect example, a negative example of why that is the case, that this body was taken over and run by unelected commissioners for 10 years. And in our view, and the view of a whole lot of other people, that should never be allowed to happen again. In connection with climate, we would say climate is literally the global commons, the global asset, and without going to the details, because you've got the details, COA supports any moves whatsoever in alleviating rolling back adverse climate change. So we entirely support any measures taken by ECAN on that field. Water, which you've heard an awful lot, is a regional asset, and COA supports keeping it in public ownership and cleaning it up. So you've heard an awful lot of submissions about water, so we won't necessarily go into details on that. Other things, we oppose uniform charges in principle. They have the whiff of Margaret Thatcher's poll tax, frankly, in the 1980s, which was a disaster. But we do support actually cost recovery to support compliance with resource consents. And in our submission, we've made the point about the Bathurst coal mine at Colgate, the appropriately named Colgate, that was sort of flouting those resource consents. Uniform charges discriminate against the poor. We think that rates should be set on the actual value of a property. On transport, I'll basically hand over to John on that, but I would make a couple of points. We support entirely free buses. We think it's an idea that's time has come. I was here the other day, I noted that there was a number of other submitters, young people, etc., talking about this. I noted that Councillor Clearwater asked them if they had any examples of where free buses were being used anywhere in the world, and that's answered in our submission, and John can speak to that. I would say on free buses that I note in the media reports that the initiative for that 2-year trial being driven here is from 2 self-declared National Party councillors. I don't usually have anything nice to say about the National Party, but obviously this is an issue that spans all political views, and so I would say in this case, good on you Tories. The other thing is that possibly we have a question for you, because when I was researching this, I came across an email that I got from Leanne on October the 10th or October the 13th, when we wrote and said, what are you going to do about fixing up the broken bus system in Christchurch, which is currently divided between City Council and ECAN. And her reply to me, or to COA, was basically, why we want to fix that system, we need a better one. And she said, the Greater Christchurch Partnership is working on this with a view to raising this with the government after the election. So we have no further information on whether that has happened. You probably do, in terms of the Greater Christchurch Partnership. But I wrote back to her a couple of days ago and said, well, what's happened about this? And haven't had a reply as per yet. But okay. So I think at that point, John, on buses.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou. As you'll see, Murray's not a diplomat. That's more me, probably. Look, I just wanted to congratulate the Environment Canterbury for having a serious look at free public transport. As Murray said in our submission, our submission refers quite extensively to other examples where free public transport is being used around the world. But the most important thing I wanted to do is just refer you to the little graph that you've got, I think, on page 3 of our submission, because this is, I think, we think this is the key to overcoming the biggest obstacle to free public transport in Christchurch. So this is Auckland and Canterbury Transport Investment Program comparisons. Everyone got the little graph there? I've been a school teacher there. So this is comparing Auckland and Canterbury. So if we just look at Auckland for a moment, so Auckland are the black bars. So public transport in Auckland receiving funding of almost $1,300 per capita, compared to state highway improvements in Auckland getting around $600 per capita. In other words, in Auckland, there's a 2-to-1 funding in favour of public transport. But if you look at the figures for Canterbury, it's reversed. So Canterbury per capita spending on this is government funding. Per capita spending on public transport is just almost less than $300 per head. Whereas for state highway improvements, and I guess this will be the Northern Corridor and the southwest of Christchurch, which are now completed as far as I can see, the funding per capita there is around maybe about $900. So we've got a 3-to-1 split against public transport. And it seems to me that there's a huge amount of room to move here in terms of negotiating with the Government Transport Agency to reverse the emphasis we have here in Christchurch. So this proposal for free buses, everybody will say, yeah, but it's going to cost ratepayers or taxpayers. Well, it doesn't cost ratepayers or taxpayers if we shift the funding here in Christchurch away from regional roads towards public transport. It won't result in an increase in rates. It won't result in an increase in taxes. It's simply a rebalancing of government funding towards public transport. So I want to really emphasise that, because this is the go-to issue for anybody looking at this free buses. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you both for your submission. And can you just say that we did miss the writer? And I'm just trying to find out who that was. Stephen. Tell Stephen thank you very much for putting that together for you. Can I just assure you, before I start, that we do look at all the submissions. I've looked at 1,285 of them out of 1,300. So we have gone through those. Various councillors at various processes all the way through. Our questions, Councillor Clearwater, Councillor Southworth, and Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, John and Murray, and thank you for your ongoing persistence too. Look, I just wanted to ask you about the examples you have kindly raised that you'll know more about than I do, I'd expect. Like, for example, what I understand about Tallinnam, for example, is that in fact while there was initial enthusiasm and it went very well, the last report I saw was that the numbers actually using PT had actually declined. And my other comment really about the other examples that I've read of, that really they haven't covered whole cities, they cover part of it. That's my first questions. I'd also wonder if you might refer to, if I may, your views in relation to Christchurch's public transport system where we don't have it, where in fact you referred to a previous councils where in fact some routes in the city have been cut out and not replaced. So I just wondered if you have concerns about that too.
I'm not sure of the second question, Phil. The second.
Around the bus routes. It's just that my question really is, how do you see, like there are areas where the coverage of PT in Christchurch, in the view of a lot of residents, is insufficient. So I would say my question is, how do you see resolving that issue for people who've got no transport?
Well, the first one is, I think the regarding Talon, I haven't seen any recent updates on that, but it's been running successfully there for about almost 10 years now. And more importantly, the trend internationally is that more and more cities are looking at this around the world. So Dunkirk was recently, I think last year, it brought it in. Kansas City in the US. These are all recent developments, and there's a huge amount more you can see online, where whole cities are looking at it. And there is whole cities are looking at it. And some, if you look at the cities that are doing partial free public transport, there's literally hundreds of them, including Christchurch, where the Orbiter bus used to go around that was free. So
the yellow one.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of that, but I think the forward-looking, the whole trend, the fact that we've got climate change is now in the front of everyone's mind. I think this is the way to look at it is as a whole region. In terms of routes, this would need, if you're going to put in, free public transport, there has to be a major investment in modern low emission buses. And there are 800,000 electric buses in China, for example. We need a few hundred of them here. So the technology's there, and yes, it would need a major investment. But I think if you had that, those high quality, low emissions vehicles, and redo the routes, I think it will be absolutely embraced by Christchurch as a huge point of difference. I mean, one of the small things about Talon in Estonia, they don't allow the tourists to go on the buses. You have to have a card, so you're a resident. I would see that as an encumbrance, and I think we would say to tourists, everybody's on the buses free. This is a city that embraces this concept.
Thank you. From what you've just said, you sort of see the whole thing as a complete package, that there needs to be improvement in the quality of the buses plus the networks. Because I was going to ask about prioritising those. I mean, if we were saying there isn't just an endless pool of money to spend, can you prioritise the sort of network to enable most people to actually have access to a bus within a reasonable walking distance, versus the frequencies and the speeds of the buses versus...
It's free and frequent. It has to be the message, free and frequent. A person shouldn't have to look at their phone to find when the next bus is. They should be able to go to a bus stop, certainly during peak times, and know that there'll be a bus there within 10 minutes. So free and frequent. So it does require a considerable investment, but nowhere near the investment which has been put into the Northern Corridor or the Southeast Christchurch. The investment there is just eye-watering. $33 million for a new per kilometre for a new motorway. With $33 million, we could have 18 months of free buses just using the system we have at the moment.
Thank you.
City that's crying out for getting commuter rail, and with an integrated package with buses, etc. I mean, there's been a large movement of workers post-earthquake to places like Rolleston, for example. I've got a next-door neighbour who has to drive out to Rolleston now, and if you had an integrated bus system that enabled a train to run on the existing lines out there, you'd move a lot of people, and vice versa. It's not necessarily coming into the city, it's also going out of the city to where people now live and work.
Thank you. Councillor Sunderland, we've got a question online from Councillor Kai, and then we'll wind up.
Thank you for your submission. I think that the answers, and I recognise the challenges, and you recognise the challenges of the funding. So my question, briefly, you may not know the answer today, is how do we get that engagement with government to get some of that transfer or some of that money to make things happen? I suspect we don't have an answer, but we seem to be strange bedfellows. But thank you for your submission.
Broad United Front.
Well, to be frank, I think the most important way is to lead with the voice that ECAN has in public and in private with the government. I think this, and I think there'll be many years within government that are very keen to listen. I don't think it'll be the same within Waka Kotahi, because I think they've got sort of asphalt is their way they see the world, and I think they need to be that needs to change, and it will change through public opinion moving. And I think if ECAN can be bold enough to grab this, I think the public will get right behind it, and I think that the negotiations with Waka Kotahi through the government should be relatively smooth.
Look,
It's declared
running out of time here. We really are.
a free moment. That's the angle to push. That free public transport is very much key to that.
Yeah.
Look, I'm really, really heartened by the political cooperation that we're getting over this issue. But we've got Councillor Mackay online, and then we'll wind this up. Thank you, Claire.
I'll make mine at this stage.
Okay, she's flagged it. So, hey, thank you very much, and thank you for the chat. Good on you. So next submitter is Kate Hodgins. Welcome, Kate. You have, as with the others, you have 10 minutes. So and Louise will let you know at 9. And just your right hand button on that.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kate Hodgins, hello. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Today, I would like to reiterate my submission for a single agency to administer transportation for Christchurch. In my opinion, the current system, with one agency managing the buses, another managing everything else, never mind Waka Kotahi in the mix, is inefficient, leads to siloed thinking, and lacks accountability. I think we heard a little bit about this in the previous submission as well. So why do I care about this? Well, I'm a resident. I'm a mother of 3 school-aged kids. I'm also the chair of the St Martin's School Board, and we have enough challenges there with encouraging children to walk and issues around cars and lacks of buses. I've also lived in Hong Kong, Stuttgart, Barcelona, and I've seen and been a really active user of great examples of multimodal transportation systems. I'm also researching transportation systems, and I have been for the last 2 years as part of my work. I can give a personal experience of this lack of cooperation, just from one example from post-lockdown. At the time, I contacted both ECAN and the council to ask what you were doing, to support those customers unable to catch the bus due to the reduced service, and also if they were doing anything to allow for the elevated risk to cyclists with the sudden increase of cars on the roads. So, for example, temporary bike lanes on school routes. The responses were interesting. ECAN told me that the limits on bus capacity were only temporary and cycle lanes were the council's responsibility. The council, in the meantime, were encouraging people to bike rather than to bus, or to stagger their work hours to catch off-peak buses, which is obviously not possible for school-age kids. They'd no plans for temporary bike lanes, and incidentally, we're not planning for bike lanes in our area until 2029 anyway. The thing here is that for many cities across the world, they were responding to the huge reduction in public transportation use and to the increase of cycling as a result of the pandemic by reacting quickly and putting in temporary bike lanes and reducing speed limits. This was both to keep people safe and to encourage the upswing in active transportation. We witnessed a huge increase just in our area of folk biking on the streets during St Martin's, and it was especially heartening actually and interesting to see the number of older folk out on bikes, not just young people and families. However, nothing was able to be done to capitalise on this upsurge of interest or to allow for the lack of public transport options. It seemed that neither agency was either able or willing to react to the situation. I would also like to acknowledge the work and collaboration currently being undertaken by the Greater Christchurch Public Transportation Futures Project, and I await their report with interest. And I acknowledge the plan to revitalise the Greater Christchurch public transport, although, in my opinion, the focus is too narrow and not nearly ambitious enough. The plan to revitalise the bus network focuses mainly on 5 routes in and out of the city, which is commendable. However, these major commuting busways should not be the only focus. According to Mokakotahi, 1/6 of household car trips in New Zealand are under 2 kilometres long, and almost half are less than 6 kilometres long. It's these shorter trips which are the most polluting, as well as those that cost car owners most in terms of wear and tear. However, this is not a focus. For example, in St Martin's, we've seen our local bus service downgraded, not upgraded. Our closest service ran once an hour and required multiple changes to get into town. It was, and actually is, considerably cheaper and quicker to drive and pay for parking. Unsurprisingly, people chose not to use it, and the service was eventually stopped for all but the Cashmere High School commute, and that was kept only after community protest. So now, for much of St Martin's and Hillsborough, the nearest bus stop is well over 1 kilometre away, and the services are at most every half hour at peak times. The lack of service is reflected by the very low rates of bus use for the work commute in our suburb, which at 3.5% of the population is even less than the appallingly low 4.2% for the city as a whole. It's well understood that for services to be well used, they need to be fast, they need to be frequent, affordable, and, according to best practice, within less than half a kilometre or quarter of a mile of your start and destination. Our suburb is so close to the city centre, so within that 5 kilometre zone, to many schools, many public facilities, and is one of the main gateways to the Port Hills for outdoor recreation. This dearth of service seems like a missed opportunity. I'm sure we're not the only suburb that has this as an issue. We have a real attitude problem to public transport in Christchurch, which is not helped by the lack of funding in our public transport system, as was mentioned in the previous submission, which is less per capita than for Auckland or Wellington. It's a lot less hassle and often cheaper, as I said, to drive and park than to catch the bus. The results speak for themselves. More people drive to work in Christchurch, 76% according to the last census, than in either of those two cities, and less take the bus, just 4.2%. We know that transport is our biggest polluter, as well as increasingly causing congestion in our city. We also know that a low-emission, integrated, or multimodal public transport system positively affects social equity, health outcomes, and the overall quality of life in a city. The issues around transportation in Christchurch are only becoming more acute, especially as our city grows. And I strongly suspect that the predictions that the population will reach 640,000 by 2048 will be met much sooner than that. However, a truly 21st century integrated public transport system is not just a bus service. It includes everything from safe cycleways to trains and trams to gondolas to autonomous buses to ferries and everything in between, even electric aircraft in some places. It needs to be responsive to the needs of our city as it grows and to be able to accommodate change. It should sit at the heart of any change to our city. So an integrated multimodal system for the whole city requires an integrated multimodal approach from a single agency with clear objectives. Thank you.
Good, thank you for that, Kate. And if we can just get a copy of what you've just given us, emailed to the young ladies in the corner there, to the young lady to my right, actually. So are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor Clearwater.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful submission, Kate. We appreciate that. And one of your concerns clearly is what I raised with the earlier submitters around that there are areas like St Martin's where there's a lack of coverage. And so while I guess the focus of ECAN and the partnership has been, I guess, on improving the service, you referred to one of the projects there, clearly that is the coverage of our bus systems is something that you also would like attended to.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Particularly for those, cross-suburb journeys. Yeah, absolutely.
You also clearly referred to all of the transport modes being joined up, and you might be aware that at the moment it's the Greater Christchurch Partnership that is doing all that work. So are you really saying, look, we look forward to having one sort of transport authority? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely.
Just referring to your submission where you're supportive of the on-demand public transport stuff. So do you see that as a really kind of a new initiative that could help that cross city and intercity transport?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think it has to be a multimodal approach, and on-demand transportation is definitely something that is being embraced in many places across the world. Obviously, a lot of the technology is still being trialled, but it's certainly something that we need to be looking at.
Good, thanks for coming in, Kate, and giving us your submission. As I say, if you could send your information through to Louise, that rounds out that bit for you, and we'll be obviously back in touch in terms of where we've got to with this. Our next submitters are Helen, Broughton, and Mike Mora. And then we will have one more submission, which is not on your sheet, before the break, from Philip Brown, and then we'll have a break. So welcome.
Yep. Right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I just want to acknowledge Jenny Huey. Haven't seen you post election, and Phil Clearwater, haven't seen either. It's very nice to be here today to see such a mixed group of people. I think the last time we came, we were before commissioners, and it was quite different. Yes. So thank you. We're here today to speak specifically on the monitoring of air, and in particular around quarries. We're coming in as individuals. If we had been a board, we would have had to lodge it with the council about a month ago. So we're here purely as individuals, but Mike represents Hornby and I represent Riccarton. Mike's chairperson of the Hornby Riccarton board, and I'm the deputy chair. So I'll hand over to Mike in particular because it's his ward which is really affected. I've been involved in the past when we were responsible for Horswell, Hornby and Riccarton together, but now I'm purely Riccarton. So I do know this issue, but Mike's got recent knowledge of it, and he links up with residents particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. This issue is not going away, of course. And what we really want is an increase in the monitoring and enforcement of the air quality in our area. So that's what the plea is basically today. Is we need to up our game and make sure that monitoring is up to date, so that we can get a clear picture of the air quality, and we want any breaches or any issues that come from large amounts of dust, and including, which is silica. That's what we're really worried about. It's monitored and enforced. So there's more quarries coming. In the submission that we've got, we refer to the Royden quarry, which is proposed Royden quarry, as you know. So that's going, through the Environment Court process now. But the quarries that are the real issue is around the Althurst area and the Hornby area, the high. We've got quarries now operating in Roberts Road, which is right in the heart of high, virtually just a stone's throw from schools and residential areas that are getting enveloped in that dust. And we think that Christchurch is probably the only city in New Zealand that has quarries within its border. Right in the residential area of Christchurch, we have quarries, and we have had for years. And in the very early days of Christchurch, we had quarries in in and around Christchurch. But there's no need for it now. We've got the Waimakariri River out there and other rivers that are bringing that aggregate down from our wonderful mountain range. And then if we don't start taking more aggregate out of the river, we're going to be in deep strife. So the plea really is to monitor and enforce the conditions of the consent. That's the plea for us today. And we are working on a national standard. We're trying to get a national standard, and so that takes the responsibility away from both ECAN and makes it easier for both ECAN and the Christchurch City Council if we can get a national standard with up to a kilometre buffer between quarries and residential activities. So that's the objective. But in the meantime, of course, we've got to try and protect the people's health as much as we can. We know silica is a killer. I've got this document here that's got information about silica, but I'm sure everybody around this table knows what silica is. And there was a 2-page article in the press last week about it's just the asbestos. We know how we're handling asbestos now. We know how very, very careful we are with asbestos, but we just seem to be turning a blind eye to silica. So we really, it is something that has to happen. It has to happen. We can't keep living like this. And our air quality is very, very important. As we know, we've done a lot in Christchurch over the years to clean up our air quality, a lot. And people have taken that on board, but we can't do much about quarries unless the way they operate overseas is really state of the art. There's virtually hardly any dust comes out of a lot of quarries overseas if it's handled properly. But here, it's just open slug. We're the worst in the world. We're the worst in the world here in Aotearoa in New Zealand for ignoring the effects of quarrying and the health effects of it. So we need to clean up our act very, very quickly. I think you've read. Certainly you can, yes. Helen.
Just on what you can do practically, I've found ECAN disappointing on effect enforcement and monitoring. And our council is not good either. So it's not,
hell no,
it's not criticism of you particularly. But what I would argue for is that you do need, when people call in, you do need someone to answer the phone or return their phone call and go out and see them or see the quarry and then afterwards report back to the resident. Now, what they're saying to us is that they ring a number of times and nothing happens. So having worked in the public service before, I think what you need is you need to employ 1 or 2 people purely for monitoring air quality. So they're very responsive and they can sort it out with the quarry owner if they can, but if not, there's some form of prosecution. So that's our plea as well. So there's someone who people can ring and get some response from, and the quarry owners are dealt with legally, because any condition that's on there has to be enforced. It's a legal condition, and it seems from what we hear that the quarry owners are breaching a number of, in fact, conditions. So I'll shut up then.
I'm done. I think looking around the table, I think people are listening and understanding. So it's just a plea, really, to get that monitoring and enforcement really under control while we work on the bigger picture of getting better setbacks right throughout the country. So thanks very much for the opportunity to be heard here today.
Look, thank you also for coming in and putting this before us again. It's been for us a number of times in terms of this. I guess, the difference between the district plan and what our capabilities, you understand all that. We've got one question and then we need to keep going. Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you for your submission. We are well aware of the issues. You mentioned the fact that people are struggling to get through to our pollution hotline. Do you guys have any experience of not getting a response to ringing the hotline personally?
Sorry, I haven't, but probably in the past, we've had on a certain pit in Christchurch, we've asked for enforcement by council and enforcement by ECAN, and we always get told, well, ECAN are hesitant. So this, I guess that's sort of anecdotal now, but I haven't rung recently, no.
Sorry, Mike, your button, sorry.
Heard that from many people that you ring up, you make a complaint, and it might be a day or two before anybody actually goes out to have a look at it, and then by then it's too late in a lot of cases. So I'm not saying that I haven't got the evidence of people. I haven't of people not being able to get anybody to answer the phone, but it's to get somebody to react to that phone call.
Those people are in the room today, so, and I've been overruled by by Chair Huey. She wants a question, so there we are.
Well, I'd just like to acknowledge you both, even though you're not coming in the capacities as board chair and deputy or members of the board. It's great, all the community service you've given over the years, so congratulations. I'm just interested to know what specifically you think form our monitoring should take, since I know that you're both on the ground people, particularly you, Mike, and you go out and investigate the situation. So have you got any hints for us about what you think would be the best approach for us to take out there?
Well, actually, I think the technologies around there where monitors, if they're collecting data, can be electronically distributed to an organisation like ECAM, so that people should be able to actually sit in this building and see what the air quality is at any specific location, and then the alarm bell should start ringing. If you're reading that data, the alarm bell should be starting to ring. So then staff can go out and say, "Listen, we've got an issue that's at your quarry. Can you fix it? Otherwise, we're going to shut you down."
Thank you for that. Your point's been well made. We need to keep moving now, and we've got one more submission, Mr. Brown, Philip Brown. He's submission number 166. He's been squeezed into this position, so thank you very much. So yes, if you could just leave it with the people in the corner there on the right. So councillors, we will be compromising your cup of tea, but that's not a problem. Plenty of water in front of you, so we'll just keep going. Philip Brown. Yeah. Just when you're ready, Philip, if you push the right-hand button, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me come here to give my thoughts today. I'm a landowner adjacent to the Rakaia River and also a ratepayer. I'm an elected member of the Lower Rakaia rating district, and prior to the RMA I did protection work along my boundary, which is very successful. And I'm here today out of concern how our rates are currently being spent. It's the level of rates that we are being asked to pay, and the area I'm familiar with is work that's being done on the Rakaia River. Other rivers too, they have problems with the way that the work is done, the amount of money spent, and some of it which appears to be wasted. And there is much room for improvement for the way rivers are managed as regards to flood protection. Listed in the long-term plan, it specifically states that staff members have adequate training. I have observed evidence contrary to this. Jobs are supervised by staff who are appointed from various occupations, including forestry and chef positions. Hardly an area for supervising river engineering. A recent major river erosion area cost close to $200,000 to remediate, when a cost of $10,000 2 years earlier probably would have solved the problem. And we get told with our rating district there is no money. We have an annual budget of several $100,000, and I've spoken to various contractors and got some of the figures from them, and there appears to be quite a large shortfall. We're told by ECAN members that 10% of our budget is spent on management fees from ECAN. Last meeting they brought that up to 15%. I would say it's probably closer to 50%. But they didn't give me the exact numbers. And Engineers have a misconstrued idea that planting 100-metre wide strips of willow poles adjacent to the river will in years to come protect the farmland. And a lot of the willow poles used are not planted in water, so they're severely restricted in growth. And I can take you to all these areas and show you. I took the team leader down one day and I showed him the results of willows that are planted in water, some that are not, and I got the impression he didn't understand what I was trying to show him. It's like dealing with people from a kindergarten, I'm sorry to say. And Bill Bayfield, I had a telephone conversation with him. He agreed with me that water is critical in this area for the dry summer. And then he said to me, can you convince the staff in there? They're on the it's called the GETS register, it's government tenders, GETS. There's just the other day there was asking for tenders for furniture renovation for this building to increase the efficiency, among other things. And if you've got competent staff, well, they don't need all these warm fuzzies. They get out and do the job. And to me, this is just a gross waste of ratepayers' money.
Are you finished? Is that it?
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that. Thank you for making those points. No, there's two questions. There's one from Councillor Southworth and there's one from Councillor McKenzie. Just when you go to speak.
Yeah, I've just taken it now, and then you press the button to reply to me. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for coming to talk to us. I noticed in your submission you mentioned managed aquifer recharge, and I wonder if you'd like to speak to that. You've got. Yes. Am I on the right one? This one?
Yep.
Yeah. So on page 3.
Excuse me. Can we just make sure that when you talk, when it's your turn to talk, you push the button? Because we have people online that are listening. They cannot hear you unless you push the button. So Vicky, go again.
I did answer the question with the button on, I thought. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, on your submission on page 3, you describe your opinion on the Hines managed aquifer recharge, and you haven't spoken to that in your submission, so I wondered if you'd like to tell us about what you think of that.
I only know basically what I've read in the newspapers on it, but from what I can see though, there's a certain amount of nitrogen in the water there, and we're not taking it out at all. We're just tipping more water in, so it's diluting it, and then our levels come right. But you've still got the same amount of nitrogen in the water, and well, from what I've seen, people are happy with it, and it's all working good. But I do wonder, are we tipping other things in there? It depends. If it filters through the soil, it's probably quite good if you're putting clean water in. And I remember years ago, I looked at putting water down a well, and I was going to run a turbine with it that way. And someone says to me, well, no, you're not really supposed to do that because you're going to put, pollution down into the water. Well, what's happening here now? It's just an observation that I have regarding that.
Councillor McKenzie, and then this is the final council question, and then we'll have a break. Thank you.
Mine was that exact same question, so.
That's fine. So thank you, Philip, for coming in and making that presentation to us. I think we've got the information that you've given us. If we haven't, we could either email it to Louise or leave it with the people by the door. So thank you. We are now going to adjourn for until 10:02, and then the next submitter is Robert Johnston after the break. Robert. Thank you.
By my watch, it is 10:50. We are reconvening now with our submitter, Robert Johnston, number 1298. I see you at the table, Robert. Welcome. When you're ready to speak, just press the button on the right-hand side of your microphone so the recording can get you. If councillors, please can be seated, we will now begin.
I'll ring the bell.
Sorry, Robert, if you can please press the speaker button in front of you.
I brought along this historical painting of the Ashley River downstream from the Gorge Bridge. Some of you that were councillors 3 years ago will have seen it. Those of you who weren't won't have seen it. It's quite significant because it depicts what the Ashley River was as a braided river. We're not sure when it was painted, it's not dated, but we've Googled the artist and he was busy with his paintbrush in the 30s and the 20s. And the change from that painting to what it is today is just quite transformational. It's huge deterioration has taken place. That's a real braided river, but it's not anymore. So we're all go, are we? Thank you. Well, good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity of presenting myself to you this morning. I don't propose to read my submission. I'll take it as read, but speak to it. So if we look at the first page and come down to point number 7, in essence, you've got your two options laid out before everybody, 24.5 and 18, but the latter only covering the statutory requirements. With respect, I don't accept that. I think that's not quite an accurate statement. There are a lot of things that may come under the banner of statutory requirements, but in fact have been foisted on us or on you and on the community by central government, which I think should be rejected. Point 8, this isn't the first time we've had massive increases in rates, and I take you back 10 years to that period of time in 07 to 11, when there was WIMAC rates went up 68% in those 4 years, and ECAN rates went up 111. The local body elections that year, the local WIMAC mayor lost his seat. He was unceremoniously dumped because the new candidate stood on a nil rate increase. That's how much the people of WIMAC thought of the 68% cumulative rate increase that had happened from 07 to 11. And they changed the mayor unceremoniously. He was gone. 9 and 10, I talk about the effect of compound interest. This isn't simple interest, this is compound interest. So it exacerbates itself year on year, and you never lose its effect. In fact, it compounds itself. And I think that's an important factor to remember. If I quote from a submission I made 10 years ago, and the points I made there are just as relevant as they are this morning. On our property, the rates went up from 12,000 to 21,000 in that period. And as I said, the ECAN component went up 111%. And many times I've said that that was unaffordable, unsupportable, unacceptable, and had to stop. And I'd repeat the same sentiments today. The expectations of everybody, staff, councillors, as to what is possible, what is acceptable, must be tempered with reality. How many times did I hear the regional council finance executives of yesteryear, of that time, say, but the value's out there in the land. There's a flawed assumption that because there's farmland or whatever land is worth so much, there's a flawed assumption that the owners of that land have the ability to pay the increased rates. That's not a correct assumption. It's the old story of being asset rich and cash poor. I'm firmly in the camp of those of you, and you know who you are, Councillors Mackenzie, Mackay, Hands, and I think Mr. Sagnall, and Mr. Scott, who voted not to support this 24% increase. But some of you voted to put it out for consultation. Well, that's fair. It's got to go out and be consulted on. But I'm firmly in the camp of those of you who do not support this increase to that extent. Minister Parker's freshwater reforms, they're something else. And the government, I think, to their credit, have seen the error of their ways partially and have backed off to give another 12 months breathing space. But I had the good fortune to be at a farm forestry conference in Wellington a month ago, and there was a presentation there from the MPI senior man who, in fact, was the architect behind these freshwater reforms, and he addressed the farm forestry conference. And I came away from that presentation actually dumbfounded to think that a senior government employee had the ability to think in those terms. He really had no practical understanding of the ramifications of what they were putting together. So I would say Minister Parker was ill-informed. Canterbury's away in front with what you've done, and I don't think that there's a lot that actually needs doing to the extent of 24%. The lack of the pushback by this council was a disappointment. It's not your job to be an extension of central government in the way that they believe you should be. The Ashley River, and I'm down to point 17 now, the Ashley River $1 million spend up, and the two-thirds of which is a COVID-19 money. That's very, very welcome, long overdue, and I've argued the point over the Ashley River since 1995 when I first presented myself around this table. 9 years I was a councillor, it was to no avail. I got nowhere because I was told that there was a conflict of interest, which was not correct. The reality was that that portion of the Ashley River that's never been in a raiding district has been put in the too hard basket by this council and staff for those decades, since the beginning of the 1990s. They didn't actually want to know about it because it was too difficult. And now it's in a horrendous state. And the key point for me was that I took 6 councillors and staff, or 8 of you. I hired a helicopter anyway, which took 5 passengers, and we took 2 loads of passengers downstream to the confluence there of Cuckoo. And I think that was a pivotal turning point. And Grant, you were there, and you took a lot of photos. It's not a pretty sight when you compare that with the painting. So my plea in this submission is that you should address the lack of a rating area for that section of the river, and the simplest, most practical way of doing that, I believe, is to in fact expand it across the whole of the catchment, the Ashley catchment portion of the Waimak district. There's a Waimak catchment portion, and there's a Cuckoo catchment portion, which perhaps should come in as well, and then the Cuckoo River could get some attention as well. And that would include Rangiora town, which is currently rated for that downstream bit. What happens downstream from the Cookie to the coast is brilliant. That's been going for a long, long time. It's that mid-reach that's the problem. On this, and I'm on down to point number 24, pest management. There was a recent review before this council was elected, the end of the last term, and there were some changes made. I don't believe they were, in fact, the correct ones, to disband all the local pest liaison committees from Kaikoura to Kurau. I think you replaced them with 4. No one knows who's on them. No one knows what they do. No one knows when they meet. I think my plea to you would be to reverse that decision and go back to 8 or 10 or whatever it was, local pest liaison committees, and capture that local knowledge and understanding. Don't dismiss the threat of rabbits. I read an article in the magazine the other day about how they're starting to increase, particularly in Otago. And the you put me off the straight. That's an old trick. Don't dismiss the threat to what will happen in the Mackenzie. One of the things that has happened there to keep them at bay is the advent of irrigation and the implementation of the. I know people hate the pivots and they hate the green Mackenzie, but at least it puts the rabbits back in their place. So really, that's my message for the day, and I'm happy to stop there and answer a couple of questions if you feel inclined.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston. We have a question from Councillor Grant Edge and Councillor Southworth, and that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. 2 things. I'm chair of the North Canterbury Biodiversity Group, so I'll take up your question about the communication on what we're doing up there. My question was about item 23 and your suggestion about introducing different classes of rating to address the issues of the upper or the mid-reach. I wonder if you could just elaborate a wee bit more on that for us.
Thank you, Councillor Edge. Yes, I really, borrowing that concept from the WEC, the Waimak Air Cust river rating scheme. And that's rated on a to E, I think, on a on benefit. If you're highly exposed and the scheme is highly beneficial to you, you're rated at A. If it's and B and C and D and E. That rating scheme comes right up into the bottom end of my flats, which are indeed have a cust, a Waimak Air cust catchment. I've got 1,200 acres of flats down there. There's about 40 hectares, 100 acres. In fact, it's got a Waimak flow catchment, and we get rated on that. So the long arm of the Waimak Air cust scheme comes right up into almost to the foothills. So that's why I think that if you're going to have a new rating scheme for the Ashley, there's enough knowledge in this building, historical knowledge about introducing and doing the arithmetic on these schemes, that you could have a similar one for the Ashley. And there could be.
Thank you. My question is about point 30, which you didn't quite get to. You talk about overseer and its lack of accuracy, for want of a better word. And I just wonder if you've got a suggestion or how you would propose that we manage environmental effects of nutrient loss without using overseer. What would you suggest as an alternative?
Beg your pardon. That's the real nub of the thing. Overseer has got some merit. I know that. The concept of overseer was presented to us when I was a commissioner for the Natural Resources Regional Plan 06 to 10. And right at the end of that process, overseer was developed and introduced. And it sounded quite exciting, but as the more we delved into it, the more I realised that it was frighteningly inaccurate. And I haven't got a problem with the use of overseer for farm management comparative purposes. My real concern is for councils, not just this one, but all over New Zealand, to in fact use overseer for regulatory purposes when its accuracy level is so variable. Now, I make that statement because I've had a background in an earlier life in the wool industry where we put together the Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans, the sale by sample, objective measurement and sale by sample. Now, the objective measurement part of that had to be within, for fibre diameter, it had to be within 0.01 of a micron. It's 0.01 of a millionth of a metre. 0.1, I think, or 2 for colour and fibre strength and vegetable content. The parameters were very, very tight, and they had to be internationally acceptable to the wool processing industry of the world. And I just cannot comprehend having a regulatory system with a plus or minus 30% variability in use for regulatory purposes.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Robert. I really appreciate you taking the time to come in and present today and the really fantastic answers you've given to the questions there. Slight variation to the schedule in front of councillors. We now have Andrew Kyle presenting to his submission. If you'd like to come to the table, Andrew. I will just notice that we are running slightly behind time through no one's fault. Every submitter will still have their time to present. And Claire, it's submission number 1096. Thank you very much again, Mr. Johnston. It's great to have you in the building. Next year. Thank you. And did you get your picture back as well? Oh. Kia ora. Welcome to the table. You have 10 minutes to present. Button on the right, over to you.
Cool, awesome. Well, thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Andrew Kyle. I'm a fifth generation Yoldhurst landowner. My family have been in Yoldhurst since 1861. As a market gardener, I've grown up and supplied fresh vegetables for the South Island for the last 30 years. And it has become more and more challenging farming close proximity to urban, residential, and with spraying, fertiliser usage, grazing cattle. Increasing our rates by an estimated 47% certainly will add to the pressures. Over this time, it's becoming more uneconomical to farm in Yoldhurst. The scale is not big enough. A move to Selwyn District would be more beneficial, as there are bigger farm units there and more water. I'm just going to hand over. Bridget's going to help me out here, so she'll take over.
So I think the point there is definitely to note that the land around the south of the airport is actually non-productive land, is the point. All of these increased charges, rate increases, etc., water rights, all these sorts of things have led to market gardeners that have operated in this area for quite some time and are really struggling. Over the last 40 years, the Cole family has been constrained and ignored. Any development plans, buildings, etc. have had caveats placed on them. It is important to note that Mr. Cole Sr., Andrew's father in fact, was in fact a city councillor in charge of parks and reserves for Paparoa Council, an insightful man who could read the science even 60 years ago. Mr. Cole Senior had plans drawn up for full residential subdivisions up to Pound Road, realising the natural topography of Christchurch and the natural migration needed eventually west. While Andrew's grandfather was the Mayor of Riccarton for 30 years, also a man working for the city's best interests. I'd also like to note here that these appointments, etc., were largely volunteer, so they weren't paid like you, an average salary of 55k in New Zealand. It was actually because they believed in what they were doing and they gave up their time. The Oldhurst area has become an unproductive wasteland with abandoned applefield blocks behind Delamain subdivision, dilapidated rundown sites with noxious weeds, elderberry, blackberry and rabbits out of control. This is unutilised land sitting vacant. It is clear that this area is ideal and ready for subdivision, being adjacent to Delamain and Oldhurst Village. It is a resource which is urgently needed for our growing community for housing, as per our government's mandate now for councils to release land for development for this housing crisis which we face. It's not going away and we need action. Oldhurst is an obvious progression for residential and commercial because it's higher elevation at 34 metres above sea level. Solid shingle base, static water table of 17 metres. It is perfect TC1 land, needing no building up or pit run required. It fared well over the earthquakes. It doesn't take a rocket science to work out with rising sea levels, etc., the natural topography of our land. And for people to have had plans drawn up 60 years ago, realising this, there's no excuse anymore. We need action. It also makes sense with all the amenities and infrastructure here. Hornby is the industrial hub of Christchurch, with shopping malls, schools, new swimming pool complex, football stadiums, transport, healthcare, golf courses, racetrack, airport, and only 15 minutes to the centre, Christchurch city centre. Since the earthquake, we have watched the developments in other council areas. This in turn has taken the Christchurch City Council's ratepayers to Selwyn and Waimak districts, proving that further development needs to be done in the Christchurch City Council region. You go and stand down the Oldhurst Road and you watch the traffic coming in, and on average you've got one person in a car. It is absolutely ridiculous. The council has pushed these people out further for cheaper sections, etc., and they're spending up to 20% each week of their income on petrol coming into town, using our infrastructure, which they do not contribute to, and then going home and enjoying the Selwyn area. It doesn't make sense. The overdue review of the airport noise contour lines need to be reviewed by an independent entity, as currently we are restricted residential commercial to the 50 decibel, where all other airports in New Zealand and worldwide restrict to 55 decibel. This consultation process should involve all current landowners affected. This is a major issue, not only for CIAL, but also the CCC, and in fact yourselves, ECAN. You need to communicate with your people. People actually care about the issues at hand, and they are prepared to stand up. We need leadership. We need people telling us what we can do and how we can do it and when, because people do care. Aircraft over the last 30 years since these decibel lines were put in place have become quieter with modern technology. CIAL projection for the future aircraft movements are outdated due to Queenstown Airport becoming a more sought after destination. This has become a reality with CIAL purchasing land in Terrace. This is the future for Christchurch Airport. Christchurch Airport, their rules and regulations are far too they're too far-reaching. It is absolutely unbelievable that they can automatically oppose any progress suggested by many people who care, who are still in Christchurch after the earthquakes, committed people who see the bigger picture and see the needs of our community and our people. CIAL automatically object to anything. I'm sorry, but their powers need to be actually brought in line with what they are. They're a regional airport. Modern housing technology has advanced with double to triple glazing, making aircraft noise not a problem on our personal property. There are people moving out to retirement villages out that way because they love planes. They want to watch the planes. The planes are not an issue. There are hardly any planes. After the earthquakes, we dropped off. After COVID, we've dropped off even more. It is going to take a significant amount of time to bring back the traffic, airline traffic that we once enjoyed. These people do not have an issue with this noise out there. If they did, they would have moved. I want to live out there. I want to die on that land out there. This is so much bigger than what you are, I suppose, aware of. And people have had enough. CIAL have had it all over these landowners for decades because they've got deep pockets and they threaten litigation. But now they're in trouble. People are joining together and we've had enough. It is clear that the CIAL are a commercial land developer as they continue to purchase land adjacent to the airport for non-aviation purposes, such as preschools, hotels, dog care centres, retail and storage, all supposedly deemed airport purposes. What a stretch. We feel that development should be up to the 65 decibel area as World FAA recommends. This is common practice around the world. Why is this entity dictating so much to everyone? What is going on here? Seriously, they need to be looked at. We feel that the development should be up to the 65 decibel area as World FAA recommends. The Christchurch City Council needs to be the authority over the Christchurch Airport. Things have got out of hand and people have had enough. Please, we implore you, do your jobs, put the pressure on and get these noise contours dealt with as they should have been 4 to 5 years ago. You've promised. I know you've got big plans moving forward, but please honour what you've promised from the past.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Andrew and Bridget, for your presentation. We have a question from Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Hi, Bridget. I wasn't totally clear. Your name's not actually on the submission. I just wanted you to clarify your role and interest in this matter.
So, my parents have lived at Yaldhurst Road for 36 years. I was brought up there. And so I actually became involved when my father became ill earlier this year. A group of people have come together and they have asked for my assistance with presenting. A lot of them don't feel comfortable sitting and talking publicly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming in and presenting today. We're definitely hearing a lot from residents in that area and we're hearing what you're saying, so thank you for taking the time to come in. Next up we have John or Tom Glass, submission number 1219. Tom, thank you very much for coming in. It's great to have you at the table. Press the button on the right when the light's on your microphone, we can hear you, and you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've never been to one of these sorts of meetings before, and I'm probably a little bit nervous because of that reason. But I brought my wife along, and she keeps me going. So, the reason I'm here is to support the submission of support for David Lowry's submission. I understand you've already been through that. The long-term plan. My name is Tom Glass, and I reside at 269 Buchanan's Road, Yaldhurst, with my wife, Heather. I'm also representing my brother, Len, and his wife Sharon, who live at 251 Buchanan's Road. That's the adjoining property. We're both side by side, just over 4 hectares each. And both families have lived for neighbours for over 40 years. We are very keen to support Mr. Larry's submission, since we hold very similar views on many issues. Mr. Larry's submission is a very comprehensive historical presentation of the facts and a timeline of years of lack of fairness to many landowners in the Lindhurst area. We believe that the remedies being sought by Mr. Larry in his submission regarding an immediate re-evaluation of the noise contours would, if carried out with goodwill and a sense of even-handedness, be very helpful to the landowners in the Lindhurst area. Now, I'll come back to that in a moment, but from a personal perspective, our two properties, 269 and 251 Buchanan's Road, are directly opposite the lovely Delamain subdivision. Both Delamain subdivision and our two properties are under the same nebulous 50 dPa contour, which was changed, I understand, changed in favour of CIAL and the Christchurch City Council post the earthquakes. Probably if I flesh that out a little bit, we understood our land was part of the Greenfield priority area, and therefore opportunity for residential zoning at a later date. The regional council imposed a new contour, effectively ruling out the prospect of residential zoning. I guess it was a result of remodelling exercise, and I wonder, did anyone ever think to check with the residents? We lived in the area for over 40 years, and we never had an issue with noise from the council, from the airport, or the flight path, anything like that. It's been an absolute breeze for us the whole way through. I don't get cross about if we're being impacted a bit. I do get frustrated. And I can understand Dave's frustration, and I'm right with him on that, and so are the family. This frustration feeling, it's not quite a knee in the neck sort of thing, but it is frustrating all the same. We consider our land, which is category TC1, ideal for residential development, with the infrastructure pretty much in place for both properties, being street lighting on the road frontage of both properties, a children's playground and tennis court and basketball hoops and a stream in the attached FR Delamain Park. Within 2 to 6 minutes drive from our properties, we have 4 early learning centres, 4 primary schools, 1 intermediate school, Hornby High School, Canterbury Swim School, a new health centre that's located in Lindhurst Park, just getting underway. And then there's the Football Academy, which I'm a fan of, on Lindhurst Road. And of course, there's a Hornby Hub shopping mall and all the extensive shopping that's around that area. And then, of course, there's the new Hornby Centre now under construction in Kyle Park. It's housing a new library and several pools and a community customer services area. And that's all due to be completed in 2022. And of course, there's McDonald's down the other end of down the Lindhurst Road. Ideal location, we think, for young first home buyers. And I had this dream for the area, having lived there for so long, that there would be an opportunity for first home buyers to be able to be settled in that area because all the facilities around them. And I think we have really loved our lifestyle blocks and raising our families. The airport, never an issue. The north-south flight plan is approximately, 1.6 k's away to the west of us. As a point of interest, an article in the press in 22nd of April 2015, you'll be aware of all this, but I'll mention it anyway. This was from a remark from Counsel for CIAL, stated, over time, the aircraft had become too quick and too quiet for birds to sense and avoid. This was in the context of seeking increased development control to mitigate against bird strike. That's around the Clearwater development. And I understand that from a recent article and stuff that there's quite a bit of activity going on in the Clearwater location. And further, I think since the government is asking local authorities to make more residential land available, we believe it is time to get the experts together and redeem the recent past unfairness with a balanced consultation on all the genuine needs of all the parties. Incidentally, my brother has just advised me yesterday that he has been advised by the City Council that his property is now available to be put on the sewer. So all the things are coming together for the vacation. I'd just like to say many thanks to you people for day after day listening to somebody like me. And I really appreciate the opportunity. And just like to thank you all very much.
Thank you, Tom. And I want to acknowledge you for coming in for the first time and doing this. It is brave, and thank you so much for coming in, and also your wife, Heather, for coming in and supporting you. We do have a question from Councillor Ian McKenzie, if you entertain it.
Hi, Tom. Just a question of clarification. The Delamain subdivision across the road from your place, was that permitted? The rules have changed since that was built, is it?
Just push your button again for response, Tom.
It was allowed before. They've changed the rules, have they, to allow that subdivision? Or
I wasn't aware that, as far as the rules go, I mean, there's a residential subdivision.
But you're asking for the ability to do residential subdivision on your land, which is directly across the road.
Yeah.
So how did Delamain get? How is it allowed to go ahead when you're not?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that? Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, Tom, just your button again. Thank you.
We've lived in the area for 42 years, and we can't understand why that's there, and we're just straight across the road, what, about 20 metres away, and we're not able to subdivide, or we've been sort of blown out of it by the contours.
Just for the other Google map, and Delamain sits between your property and the airport.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tom, for coming in and for your presentation. I just want to acknowledge for those in the room, we are running now half an hour behind. We invite Sophie McInnes up to the table now. Sophie. And Sophie is here in her private capacity, not in any other hats. So when you're ready, Sophie, push the button and we'll get started. You've got 10 minutes.
Tēnā koutou kua hui hui mai nei, e mihi ana ki ngā tangata whenua Aotearoa nei, e mihi ana ngā tohu o nehe o Waitaha e noho nei au. Ko Wingreen toko maunga, ko Star toko awa, ko Pool toko whanga, ko Atlantic toko moana. E tipu ake au ki Ingarangi, ko Tauwharakakahau toko ingo kainga e nei nei. Ko Robert Box toko mātua, ko Genevieve Majule toko whaia, ko Robert McInnes toko tāne, ko Caitlin, rako ko Jack, ko Chloe, aku tamariki, ko Sophie McInnes toko ingoa, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora to everyone here today, particularly Environment Canterbury staff and councillors. Thank you very much for listening to all of us speak our minds, and I know you've had to add extra days in because so many want to, so we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, we all have to put our trust in you guys to do the best you can for a very diverse and widely distributed community. So we've all got different wants and needs. So I know not everyone's going to agree with each other or the eventual outcome. I'm here today on my own behalf and that of my family. Also, some friends whose discussion on this topic have helped clarify my thoughts and who find the process of submitting and speaking too intimidating to take part in personally. So my words do not represent the policies or preferences of any other organisation with which I am affiliated. I'm not going to rehash my written submission, and we'll try to emphasise my points around the need for better public transport provision in Selwyn District only. To be honest, much of this would be applicable to other towns around Canterbury too, I'm sure. Public transport is a public good, and it's an essential form of access for many communities. With climate change on the horizon, 40% of emissions in New Zealand being generated by transport and a high rate of personal vehicle ownership in Selwyn, as well as rapid housing growth, as you know, I implore you all to take a hard look at how ECAN can support individuals and families to leave their cars at home. Our current bus system is extremely Christchurch-centric. It is almost entirely focused on commuters. However, I can assure you that the townships do exist and people travel between them for education, entertainment, recreation and more. Even for employment, because believe it or not everybody of working age has a job in Christchurch. We move between our townships at all hours of the day and at weekends, not just early morning and evening, keeping our district alive and making things happen at a local level. To anyone who is thinking, why do we not just move to a larger town, I should remind you that something I learned as a relatively new resident. I've only been in Selwyn for about 10 years. When these towns were first established, bus and rail were still a thing. Most services were available in each township. Economies of scale since then have slowly removed the tracks and the banks, closed the smaller post offices and dairies, emphasised that big is better, but some of the Pakeha families have lived there for 5 generations or more, let alone those tracing their ancestry far further back. These townships also still serve a purpose as rural service hubs, places where children attend primary and secondary education, and residents enjoy excellent community connections. Upping sticks to move somewhere else is harmful too. So what to do about this? I'm happy to admit that I'm not a transport planner, so I don't know how feasible any of my suggestions might be. But I would like to request flexibility along our existing routes. For instance, the 820, sorry, I brought some props, picked up from the bus. Did I not even, I seem to have managed to drop the 820, that's not good. The 820 is our only inter-township route. It plies the roads between Burnham, Rolleston and Lincoln only. Would it be possible to extend the route at either end to Dunsandel perhaps, or Taitapu at the other end, or even alternate between the current route and one that takes in West Melton or even Darfield? Darfield is currently only serviced by the 86, which goes into Christchurch in the morning and comes back in the evening. It's a workers' bus. It's very, it's successful. That's great, but it doesn't serve anybody else. It only runs Monday to Friday. Sure, Rolleston doesn't have the bright lights of Christchurch, but as far as Selwyn goes, it is a hub, as are Darfield, Lincoln and Leaston. Leaston being serviced only by the 87, which again is only morning and evening, Monday to Friday. Anyone who catches this bus cannot transfer onto another bus anywhere else within the public transport zone. Also, it's not doing particularly well, as some councillors will know. Another possibility is an extension of the 80, which is the Lincoln to City route. And I know that the people of Leaston asked for this at a recent meeting when discussing the 87. Thank you very much to councillors Sunkel, Mackenzie and Scott for attending, as well as some staff. But please remember that those present asked for more than just a workers' bus with questionable timetabling. They would like and need a route that serves more than those just going to Christchurch. Extending the 80 down to Leaston and Southbridge a few times a day during the week would allow them to get to Lincoln, connect to Rolleston or continue to the city. But the only solution presented at the meeting initially was an annual pass system to prop up a 2-year trial that still runs the same route and the same type of timetable. Think around the issue, please. Listen to the people and don't ask for more money to be thrown at something that only works for a small sector of the population. Speaking of flexibility, I know that the Ministry of Education keeps a tight hold on who is permitted on their school buses. Imagine if that was loosened. The fact that these routes exist is a recognition that there are people living along them who need to get places, but only if they attend the right school. What do the buses and their drivers do during the day? What about the kids' parents and grandparents who might work in the same town, the destination town, or want to go shopping? Are we literally parking up buses for 6 hours during the day on the grounds that kids are in school and that's that? It's something to think about if you haven't already, and I have no idea how open Ministry of Education would be to that sort of conversation. What would these routes achieve, though? It would enable people to get about in our district, particularly the more heavily populated eastern townships, without needing a car. This would also empower anyone who cannot drive a car for any reason, whether it be medical, age-related, vision, cost, or simply a desire to reduce their carbon footprint. I feel pain every time I hear a young person say that they can't wait to get their licence in order to achieve a sense of independence, as well as imagining the amount of money embedded in this wish rather than saving for a home or education. On the flip side, I've also heard a young person lamenting the fact that if they can't get a car, they won't be able to get a Saturday job because there are limited opportunities in their town. They also can't get to the movies by themselves and so on. This particular person that I'm thinking of doesn't want a car. She can't afford a car, but she does need access beyond what can be walked or cycled. I'm focusing on our young because, frankly, many in my generation have never caught a bus and are already quite set in their preferences. One friend recently agreed to come to an event by bus with me and then backed out at the last minute. And as we drove along in his shiny ute that rarely sees a gravel road or farm track, they openly admitted that their issue with public transport was a lack of control, unfamiliarity with ticketing, and the fear that we wouldn't get there or back in time, even though I'd assured him several times that the timetable worked. I know that many adults do enjoy taking the bus, however, such as myself. And I know a group of elderly ladies literally dreaming of the day that they can connect with friends in other townships over lunch, shopping, and maybe aquafitness at the swimming pool. I've also met an employer who was shocked when informed that only a subset of teens in Selwyn can catch a bus. They didn't want to have to provide extra car parks for young employees or patrons, having previously expected them to use public transport. The option of not allocating car parks is also there, of course, but then that cuts out a sector of the customer and employment population. Even a property developer has wondered out loud why bus stops aren't a required part of his subdivision consenting stage, then answered his own question. Without confirmation that it would ever form part of a route, putting them there on the plan would bring more pain than gain. So instead, he plans driveways and garages. Personally, I live in Rolleston, which is probably the best connected town in Selwyn as far as buses go. That said, I caught the number 5 here today, thank you, which takes an hour each way during the day. That'll be why most people don't use it. The 85 is our express, but only runs commuter hours, again. And I know that there are business cases and plans afoot to improve that service, so I'll only comment that I'm disappointed in the proposed time frame. I know I've got other ways of expressing my feelings on that one. But for instance, tomorrow I need to attend something in West Melton, which is a small town only 15 minutes drive from my house, whose high school students come to Rolleston for education and sports and so on. However, there is no bus, and it's too dangerous to cycle on 100k road, therefore I will have to drive. How would all of this be paid for? Big question. I recognise that bus services are funded by a combination of central government funding, ECAN rates and fares. Currently, Selwyn's townships are spread across 3 fare zones, and those catching the 87 are barred from changing to another bus without paying another fee. Quite honestly, I do believe there is an untapped market here, though. Possibly not massive right now, but there is no way to know without trying. Also, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that future legislation that will make car ownership financially unaffordable, or at least a harder decision. It is already environmentally unaffordable, as I'm sure you all know. Right now, it appears that the urban residents of Waihora-Ellesmere pay more in public transport rates than those of Selwyn, and I do understand that some are probably very unhappy with this situation, but those who enjoy paying rates at all are few and far between. If an increase of the similar order needs to happen to bolster public transport infrastructure in Selwyn, I'm all for it, and I honestly don't see how ECAN can achieve climate goals without investing more in public transport across the whole of Canterbury. Please also remember that this would be an investment in behaviour, not just assets. It is often observed that our ingrained habits are a huge hurdle to making the changes needed in a climate emergency, and those habits won't change unless there is an alternative option available. Our young people have yet to become fixed in their ways, but this is a limited time offer. We're all just far more than just Christchurch. Thank you very much for listening.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Sophie. We'll take questions from Tumutaga Cranwell and Councillor Clearwater, and that will be it.
Tēnā koe, Sophie, mai mahara mai wanui o tātou I tēnei rā, nō reira tēnā koe mo tō tuinga. You kind of answered one of my questions. I was going to ask if you came by bus, and you did. You said you're on a number 5, and it said it took an hour. The 85, how long does that take?
It takes around about half an hour, sometimes less. It's fantastic. After it's gone past Rolleston, it steams down the motorway and doesn't stop till it gets to the hospital.
Okay, so that last one at 7 leaves at 7:30. Okay, and so hopefully there's some later. Just on that, you mentioned in your submission about rapid transport and different modal, multimodal maybe. Would rail be would you see rail as an option?
I think it's worth considering as an option, and I know the government's made some kind of announcement this morning about a rail package, but I haven't seen anything at all for the South Island listed in their projects as yet, which is quite disappointing. But it's definitely worth considering. I know there are several different options. There's problems with the number of tracks that run in and out of Christchurch, but there are tracks, and until somebody's weighed up the whole lot, even double tracking would be great if somebody would commit to that, but that's a central government decision.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for a very specific submission. I just want to ask you a couple of things together. Like, clearly, since it's not working for you time-wise, one of the things we would consider, say, around a flat fare would be that could cover, certainly Selwyn and Waimakariri areas too. I'm just wondering if that's something you would like to see. But also, are you really saying that besides the public transport futures work that's been done, that you would like to see really a review of the coverage of bus transport in our wider city?
Regarding fares, I understand you guys are doing a fare review later this year, which would be great. So it'd be really interesting to see what comes out from there. It is kind of confusing as far as fares go within Selwyn at the moment. So, for instance, between Prebbleton and Lincoln, you cross a zone. So kids who attend Lincoln High School pay 2 zones to go 7 kilometres down the road, but it would cost them less to travel to New Brighton. So it's all rather confusing. So a fare review in general, I don't know about flat fares, it would depend a lot on what it looked like, to be honest. But as far as coverage, yes, that would be great, because the obviously in Selwyn and Waimakariri, the populations are growing. We have different needs in the different districts, but I do think it's worth looking at how far out public transport goes and where people need to travel. Where are they going by car, and how many can we take off that road?
Kia ora. Thank you so much for coming in, and by bus, Sophie. We really appreciate your attendance. We now welcome Merodie Rose up to the speaker. Welcome, Melody. Button on the right. When the red light's on, we can.
Kia ora. Thanks for listening to everybody's views. I don't envy your job at all, having sat here for only half an hour. I just want to start off by saying thanks for the great effort on the rates tool, because I think it's really useful to be able to just see what the difference is going to be for you and where all your rates are going. So it's a really good communication tool. Basically, I'm going to say sort of 3 main things. I think you're right about there being a call for faster, more urgent action, but I also want to acknowledge that I live on the east side of an urban environment, and I have lived in the city for most of my life, apart from a few years overseas. I don't know anything that's going on out in the rural area, but as an urban person, these are kind of my views. I also think, for me, it's kind of a no-brainer for you guys to go for option 1. I think it's affordable, and I do think there's a willingness to pay from what I sense from the people that I interact with in the urban environment again. So just to kind of put into perspective what I see and why I think you should go for option 1, there's no doubt that the environmental challenges that we face internationally and nationally and locally are just huge, and they're complex. there's systematically embedded this issue of environment, how we deal with it, how it relates to the economy, and it affects everything we do. I think as a person with I'm a young mum, and as I just chat with people about life, we live by the estuary, so the other day I was walking along the coastal path with a couple of other mum friends. There's this kind of sense of almost depression and a bit of despair, I think, about the future of the environment, about what we've seen change over my lifetime, would be particularly, so the last 35, 40 years, and the magnitude of the challenges that we're facing. I also see that globally. I have a lot of friends around the world from when I worked for Fauna and Flora International in the UK based. I think there's people that are scared of having children because of the future of the environment. There's this kind of growing concern of we're kind of heading towards this thing that's going to happen and it's going to be unpredictable. And we need the environment to live and we're not treating it that well. And how are we going to solve this all? But there's also kind of a sense of what can we do as individuals? And there's undoubtedly small things, but I actually think there's a lot of people looking to government like you guys. You have actually some power, and there's a lot of people that are relying on you to make some bigger changes that we can't make. So to my mind, it's the job of the government to make decisions that are sometimes difficult based on what's best for the whole population, and that's including the future and now. So I think long-winded way of saying that, basically we're a very young country that's benefited massively from low population density. Compared to Europe, where there's been people there for hundreds of years, they've been using those resources for all that time. We've definitely benefited hugely from that, but we kind of need to up our game because it can't continue as it is. And the kind of excessive use of resources is systematically problematic because the environment is treated as an externality. How do you incorporate that into everything? But unfortunately, the environment can't send us a bunch of little invoices saying, you did this, pay this money, you did that, pay that money. And that's the cost that's being incurred. So basically all to say, fund the stuff now, because it's, we've seen in other sectors, chronically underfunding things leads to a hospital pass for the future. And we're already quite well down that track. I know you're doing lots of great work and it's really hard, but still, in one generation from when I was a child, I used to go and swim in a little river out near Lincoln, and it's kind of reduced to sludge. And there's just like a whole lot of places all around our country and our region that used to be these really lovely places. It's just one generation, and the scale of humanity, we need to be better than that. So yeah, in terms of affordability of the option one, I think, I'm sure you've heard a lot of people say, don't want to pay. There's probably a general tax aversion in our culture, but actually we pay second lowest tax rate in the whole OECD. And for us, just to kind of put it in perspective, we're a one income family with a mortgage sitting at almost exactly the mean for a household income. And the extra cost for our household would be pittance. It's like $1 a week for you to go from 2 to 1. So to my mind, that's kind of a no-brainer. It's like less than a coffee a month. And I'm sure there's lots of people who have been saying it's unaffordable. I acknowledge that there are definitely people for whom that is genuinely true. And honestly, I'd happily subsidise rates for some of those people. But I think for a lot of people, it's actually, I don't want to pay that. And I just kind of wonder how many of them would just go and buy coffee or lunch without even thinking about it. Or, chlorine the water now, we'll just buy a water filter to fix that, but don't want to pay that kind of small extra cost to address the kind of underlying causes which you're suggesting in option one. So just a couple of things to mention from my submission. Main one's probably about mainstreaming biodiversity through all the approaches to all the different challenges that you're facing. So, being mindful of the species chosen for replanting, not just, sticking a load of pines or things, to think about how this is going to affect the biodiversity in all the different areas, also for climate change resilience and flood protection, using eco-friendly approaches rather than just a hard edge. Yeah, and then there's a few other things that I just kind of wanted to mention specifically. I think the Enviro schools thing's really cool, and I don't think you should drop that because there's obviously high demand for that, and kids are the future. They'll change their adults. You know, kids will come home and say, oh, I learned this cool thing at school and we should be doing this. And what are you doing pointing that there? And why are we doing that? And so I think it could be easy to drop, but I would say definitely fund that. I also would support funding compliance officers because regulations are kind of a waste of time if they're not enforced. And it's unfair on others who are trying to act responsibly if there are some people that are just doing whatever they like and not having to pay for that. And I also really like the contestable community fund because there's heaps of good work going on and people that need access to money, and that will give an opportunity for that. And just one more thing about the transport trial in my way in Timaru. It'd be cool to see that carried through to completion to have the data so you can decide whether that's something in the future that's actually viable. One other thing I guess I'd say about transport is to think, because it's 10 years, like self-driving electric cars are not far away, and it will be a complete game changer, I think, in terms, specifically urbanly in terms of how people transport. Like there's cars now that basically do drive themselves, and it's remarkable how quickly they're achieving that. So, you know, you're thinking long term, I think that is going to be a major game changer for how people use transport, whether it's, you know, self-driving cars that come pick you up and take you somewhere or whatever. But and if they're electric, it's also good, right? So yeah, not immediate, but probably not that far away. Yeah, so I guess in summary, we need a step change, I think, in terms of how we're dealing with the environment, how we're affecting the environment. And you've heard a lot of people that you represent, and yeah, in decision making, you'll give weight to those people, but also give weight to the fact that you represent an environment who can't speak, and you represent future generations who also have limited ability to, for you to hear their voice. I think many people are relying on you to make hard decisions. I know that's hard in democracy, but I just want to see you be brave, basically. Yeah, choose option one.
Kia ora, thank you, Merodie. Just got a couple of questions, if you'd just like to hang on. We have Councillor Grant Edge and Councillor Lan Farm. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your submission and your comments. You mentioned that you've observed within your generation, one generation, of environmental degradation. And then you also suggest that we need to be proactive, or more proactive in dealing with those issues. There are a number of national policy statements that suggest things should be achieved within another generation. Could you give me your thoughts on that sort of process of waiting for another generation?
You mean the sort of delaying the implementation? We've kind of come through a period of unprecedented economic growth that can't be repeated. And there's a huge, you know, for biodiversity, land use change is still the biggest issue globally. Climate change gets massive, but that's like actually the third biggest thing. So I think, so with COVID, it's interesting because what you see is a bunch of scientists looking at the data, government making decisions based on that quickly and proactively, and we've got a good result. With the environment, we keep trying to put it off, but the thing is these things are accumulating. There's going to be a lag time. You know, even if we stopped emitting carbon today, or even if we stopped converting land today, there's like a huge lag time before that's actually, you know, the ongoing damage of that is going to be realised. I don't know about how you go about it, but I think we need to do stuff faster. And some of the stuff that's happening in Europe's a lot more strict, and a lot more, yeah. And I think they've had to do that because of their population. I think in New Zealand we could sort of coast a bit, feeling like we're okay. But I mean, we're supposed to be clean and green. But frankly, if you sit around a table with a bunch of people who are working in the environment globally, like some of the stuff we do in New Zealand is embarrassing. And yeah, so I don't know. There's a push from younger people. I guess, how do we empower younger people, their voices to be heard? people to know what they can do, and how do we get people to pay for it, I guess. I think there's just going to have to be hard decisions made. Someone's going to have to pay. Who does when? To some extent, the government chooses that.
Thanks so much for your submission, Merodie. I wanted to pick up on your comments about land use and land use change, and we've got this specific program in the long-term plan, which is about basically leadership in terms of sharing really good land use change stories and showing some leadership in that space. But it's about, I think, about 200K. Would you like, like what kind of scale are you talking about when you talk about more focus here? Like, does that sound reasonable to you? Do you want more? Any thoughts there?
I mean, as a person who is not in my backyard, like I would say more, like I would be happy to pay for more. To be honest, I haven't managed to get through all the detail of the entire plan because I have a toddler. Yeah, so I'd be happy to talk about that more later if you wanted me to give it some thought, but I haven't got anything more articulate to say about it now. Yeah.
Kia ora. Thanks again so much for coming in and presenting to your submission. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your day. We next call Bill Kingston up to the table, please. Thank you. Welcome, Bill. Thank you for making the journey up from Ashburton. The floor is yours. Button on the right. Yep.
Good morning, if it's still morning, might be afternoon now. Just to the chair and councillors. I'm going to speak to my submissions rather than go through them. More thought has gone into the submissions went on. I'm Bill Kingston. I'm a part owner of an intergenerational farm at Coldstream, which is the lower end of the Hinds Plains, Ashburton. Now semi-retired, living in central Christchurch, so I feel as though I have a foot in both camps. My forebears fenced, drained, improved pastures to produce export income. This enabled my generation to carry on improving farm systems, including irrigation, initially with antiquated water dike systems, which was a gross use of water, through to manual pipe systems, and to today involving electronic water management through variable rate central pivots. So it's parts of the land that need less water or none, i.e. exclusion zones, leading to more efficient use of water. In our own case, we've halved our the use of consentable water in the last 10 years. This means there's no water going on tracks, wetlands or drains unnecessarily. I'm against the proposed large and inequitable increase in rates. I have concerns that the rural community is disproportionately carrying the burden of the rate increases. This is exasperating, and when it comes to the split of what is the uniform general charges and what is general rates. I'm also against borrowing for day-to-day operating costs. Capital work's okay, but not operating costs. Any other business facing a similar situation prune running costs at the same time as they look at their income. Non-core activities like youth engagement, community partnerships, etc. are often nice to have. My farm rates are proposed to go from 4,876 to 9,020, an 85% increase, whereas my house rates in Christchurch are going from $708 to $825, 16%. I'm already paying a targeted rate for the Hinds drainage scheme, which was put in by the in the days of the Kathryn boards, and so I'm supportive of target rates. We've been paying them for the last 60 years on our farm, which means I'm also supportive of target rates for things like the managed aquifer recharge. The priorities I see for ECAN should be flood control, water management, biosecurity and public transport. The long-term plan seems to want to reinvent the wheel. A large sum of money, some suggest 60 million, has already been spent on Plan Change 2 and other sub-regional plans. ECAN should be pushing back on central government demands to protect the work already done. With this work has been done with great community buy-in and investment. I was fortunate to be part of a subcommittee involved in the Hinds Drainage Working Party. That was involved DOC, Fish and Game, Ngāi Tahu, ECAN, Ashburton District Council, Forest and Bird, as well as community members. Very interesting process. You'd think it would be at war, but after the first meeting it settled down and we came up with some substantive changes involved in Plan Change 2. Plan Change 2 has approximately 10 years to run. Spending more money is not going to change the speed of progress. We are dealing with nature and biological processes. Early monitoring suggests improvement in groundwater nitrate concentrations. Recent water tests on my farm show a decrease in nitrates in one of my irrigation wells from 9.7 in 2013 to 9.4 last month. I understand that the results from the Mara site at Lagmore and recent MHV testing shows similar results that gone down something like 0.4 from December 10 to March 21. The second and third year Mara reports clearly show the response at Lagmore. If you take that out over the next 25 to 40 years, which is what the Minister defines as a generation, how can increased expenditure make this change occur any faster? On farm, annual ongoing cost for environmental things, including our irrigation wells, consent monitoring, consultants, annual farm environment plans, is something like 12,000 on our farm. We run a 630 cow dairy farm which was converted in 2010. At that stage it was fully compliant with the regulations at the time. Since then, to keep up with the date and hopefully stay ahead of them, our environmental upgrades include effluent storage, separation and separating the solids and putting that out, the water out through our VRI irrigation was something like 250,000, and we're continuing the conversion of our rotor-rain irrigation to the much more efficient pivots, to date $850,000. All these come with efficiencies on the farm and time, effectiveness and environmental improvements. It is frustrating as a city dweller to see regular environmental disasters like the failure of town sewage and wastewater system. The lack of maintenance and apparent lack of interest in town effluent systems and wastewater is a real contrast to what happens when a dairy farm has a systems failure. The Avon River is still one of the most highly polluted rivers in the country. This is an issue that we all need to work together, both urban and rural, for the best outcomes for Canterbury, New Zealand and the world. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for that, Bill. I've got a question from Phil and Lan. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And some of the comments you made to us, especially around climate change and community resilient lands, I just wonder if you could sort of help me understand where you're coming from, because you'll be aware that under the Local Government Act, the parameters, if you like, or the core parts we work with, besides environmental, social, cultural, and economic, of course. And so I just really struggle to understand why you're really saying that something like climate change wouldn't be a core activity for us.
I believe that climate change is a core concern for all of us. Unfortunately, the science is still coming up behind us, and to implement stuff on Facebook-style strategies, I don't think is what we should be about. Take our time, do it properly the first time, and it applies to across our environmental concerns. I think if you talk to my father some 30 years ago, he would have wondered what we're talking about today. He was a farmer through and through.
Thanks for your submission, Bill. My question is just around the affordability aspect of it, and thanks for drawing our attention to the actual dollar increase that you'll be subjected to should we go with option one. I'm just interested in terms of the profitability of your farm. Would that rise in about, I think it's roughly 4,000 or 4,200 that you described, would that threaten to make your business unprofitable, or give us some feeling about the sums there?
At current payouts of $7, it's probably a drop in the ocean. But if we're down at $5, it is unaffordable. And that money, I'd rather pay for trees, biodiversity, and other environmental improvements, rather than see it just go out in a blunt, gone. Because it goes out every year, regardless of our income. It's a cost. It's the first cost we face. It goes out just at the same rate as wages. And our dairy farm is employing 3 full-time people, whereas as a sheep and beef crop farm, it was 0.8.
Got it. Thanks very much again, Bill, for coming in. Very appreciate you speaking to your submission. Next, we welcome Katrina Miller on behalf of the Enviro Hub. And I understand there's a couple of you back there. Just acknowledging to everyone as well that we are currently 35 minutes behind schedule, but everyone will still get their full 10 minutes. If they need it. Thank you. Welcome, Katrina and Hayley. It's great to have you both here. Kick off with when you're ready. Probably. Button on the right. When you've got the red light, you can speak.
Like that? Okay, first I'd like to thank everybody to write the plan and part of this consultation process. And I'd like to also thank all the people who have made submissions. We've seen some people with their heads right down and getting so immersed in this. We've got some very passionate people out there, and thank you for taking the time to listen to them. This is the first time for the Christchurch Enviro Hub Working Group. We've been working with people with their submissions on this scale, and we've learned a lot. And we would like to see if there's some way we can help in the future to make the process less intense and a lot more inclusive, get more people involved. So, yeah, happy to speak to you before next time. Christchurch Enviro Hub would like to thank ECAN for your support to Enviro Hub, and also for your support to other organisations in our network. Yeah, this has enabled a lot of people to really make a difference, and we need to continue with that. Now, I did actually send through a map. We have a map. I'm not sure how that works. So I sent through a PowerPoint. Okay. So we have made a map of all the organisations in our network. There's a group of ecological restoration groups. There's more than 30. There's 30 to 40 there. But when you see the network of all these people and organisations and how it's all intertwined, we can actually see. It gives us a plan. You can see where the gaps are, and you can see how to be more efficient. We are relatively pleased with option 1 of the plan. It's good to see that you are taking some steps, particularly your approach for the Waterways Partnership. Sorry, I'm getting on a roll and then losing my place. Okay. So we're pleased for your response for freshwater for Enviro schools and for transport. We have heard from people with the transport, and it's good to see some people giving you some ideas. We do need a lot of work here. Love the My Way system that they're implementing in Timaru at the moment, and that would be fantastic here in Christchurch. I think that might actually answer and give some more accessibility. We would like ECAN to consider further investment with for our wildlife parks. There's a lot of ecological processes in our wildlife parks, and what Wellington Zoo are getting from their council is, I think, by comparison, we're actually missing zeros. And I have just been alerted to biodiversity funding, where there's been a shift from protection to Merodie. Protecting areas of ecological significance is extremely important, and the last thing we want is for these areas to decrease in biodiversity or become areas that need restoration. So that's just been brought to my attention. And Christchurch Enviro Hub would like to help ECAN extend some of the work that you're doing through our networks. We do have a project in Arthur's Pass where we all have a collaboration of organisations, and we go to Arthur's Pass and we pull out the weeds there, and that will help to restore the braided rivers. So I'm very pleased that ECAN have mentioned the braided rivers. If we work together on this, we could actually solve this in the next 5 years for that area, and then we can move on with another project. So I think keeping in collaboration and working together will just make things happen faster. We're pleased to see increased funding for Enviro schools. There shouldn't be any schools waiting to be on this program. I was just talking to a school yesterday who are on the waiting list, and they're saying, I don't know what to do now. I've just got together this team together at the school. All these kids really passionate. They want to make a difference. But now what do I do? And so I've got some resources I can send them. But I think through Enviro schools, what you're already doing, and with the Enviro Kids program, maybe a lever in where we can actually get some of these schools, get them moving on it, and not leaving them sitting there going, okay, now what? Our Enviro Kids program, we're starting in on the 15th of May is our launch, and that's going to be different organisations in our network will be coming in and providing activities for children based on the mahi that they're doing. And I think, it also gives us an opportunity to see what is the mahi that they're doing, and we can know that, and we can keep communication with you on that. And maybe we can have an Enviro Schools Day as well, and find a way to bring, get some leverage on that. So in summary, we'd like to thank you for your efforts on the long-term plan. We thank you for your support to the Enviro Hub, and the next 10 years, I'd really like us to be working together. And there's one more idea I really would like to introduce, even if I'm just planting a seed at the moment. What we've been seeing is so many groups calling out saying, we need you to fund this, we need more funding for this, everybody's needing more funding. And I'm sure you would love to be more funding more groups than you actually have in your budget. So let's be smart about it. What projects could actually be seen as a credit, part of the emissions trading scheme? Could farmers actually be paying for their rates this way? If they're actually doing some work and we can link that in with the emissions trading scheme that the Climate Change Commission are looking at, could they be using that, and then they're not having to pay so much for their rates? Because I think at the moment the rural sector are feeling under pressure, and this could give them a way in. And I think using the emissions trading scheme, we could actually get credit for restoration projects. Does that give us the means to be paying people for doing some of this work? I know our current system of capitalism is not sustainable. Let's find something that is. Let's get things. Let's make the change. Okay.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your submission and speaking to it today. Do we have any questions from councillors? We do not. Thank you very much. It's great to hear ideas. I now welcome Paul Hodgson to the table, please. Kia ora, Paul. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming in this afternoon. and we understand you have a PowerPoint, so we'll get that loaded. Submission number 1144. Wonderful. Kia ora, Paul. When you're ready to start, press the button on the right. When it's lit up red, we can hear you. I just pressed the button on your speaker. Try again. Didn't go on for some reason. Push it again. Maybe we can. Can we switch the speaker? Yeah.
Like a red light. Ooh. Good afternoon. Two go. Two's better than one, so to say. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I spent a long time reading the draft plan. And another go. Good to go. After a lot of consideration, I decided not to submit in terms of detail, point by point through the plan, that I rather wanted to talk holistically about it. The draft long-term plan covers many pages and is both detailed and extensive. Unfortunately, all the previous plans were equally detailed and extensive, but were ineffective at keeping rivers in a healthy state. All the plans to date have resulted in the rivers and streams being degraded over time. Had the principles of the CWMS model been applied by the planners, this would not have happened. Over the 20 years, anglers have watched the rivers and streams degrade, despite the WCOs, the RMA, CWMS, regional plans, and an array of non-statutory plans. And it's good to see the detail and the visioning that is in option 1. However, the direction of the river degradation was predicted in the scientific reports which detailed the environmental issues. A number of these are ECAN's reports. If interventions were not made by the planning process, it is interesting to note that different rivers have historically been set different environmental targets, e.g. nitrates, at less than 1 or 2 kilometres apart. This seems odd when setting the outcome of healthy rivers, streams and drains in Canterbury. Science and best practice should be used to develop tools to achieve the outcomes of the long-term plan. McDowell 2017, small streams contribute 77% of the national contaminant load of N&P. What is the science and best practice for riparian planting, and why hasn't it been used to develop tools for the zone committees? The use of non-notified consents needs to stop when there is significant public interest. Reports tabled need to define any assumptions that these reports are based on, as well as implications if the assumptions are proven incorrect. It should not be necessary to repeat the protracted process of establishing that the Rangatato River is currently in a degraded state. The intrinsic values of the rivers are detailed in the WCOs in the form of reference states for the Salmai-Kiri River. So there's a working group that was set up to develop a plan for the Salmai-Kiri River. And the key point in that was that we took the people values and added into reference states. It is the planner's job to ensure that the long-term plan incorporates the new NPS requirements. It is also the planner's responsibility to ensure that adequate monitoring linked to adaptive management is put in place if adverse effects are identified. A scorecard to track progress against the long-term outcomes offers the opportunity to demonstrate transparency. It is very difficult for an outsider to look in at the array of reports and reporting that takes place with ECAN and actually see what the state of the rivers are. And if you can't see the state of the rivers, it's difficult to know whether there's any progress or not. Essentially what I'm asking is that planners be asked to review the draft long-term plan to ensure that rivers and streams in Canterbury are restored to a healthy state via the planning process. We need to put a structure in place to track progress. Without that, we're not going to go very far, I don't believe. The CWS model has been used within ECAM for some period of time and continues to be used. So the questions that I'm asking are the first order priorities detailed in the model still active, or have they been superseded? You have priority 1 and priority 2 in there. The model talks about the natural flow maintained. Is that the natural flow in the headwaters only, or for the whole river? Braided rivers protected. The braided rivers are not protected by the current plans and planning processes as demonstrated in the Angler deputation to ECAN for Rangitata. The state of the Rakaia is probably not much better, nor is the state of the Waimakariri. More groundwater for environment and cultural use, but not at the expense of the rivers and the streams. So where is this water actually going to come from? Anglers would add an additional principle to the CWS model, that the river, health, character and cultural elements are not degraded. Obviously, if they are in a degraded state, they should be restored. So this is a model that's used and championed throughout the thing. Natural flow maintained. Well, the natural flow at the bottom of the Rakaia and the bottom of the Rangitata is not there. This is your guiding principle and your guiding model. I think a bit more clarity needs to be added to it. The degradation model. It's quite simple. You take the water out of the river, water motion changes, sediment transport decreases, the river changes, bank stability increases, floodplain roughness decreases, vegetation increases. ECAN noted in 2014 that they were starting to spray all riverbeds. Once the vegetation starts, pest numbers increase, invertebrate numbers and diversity decreases, fish numbers and diversity decreases, bird numbers and diversity decreases, and the cycle speeds up. Unfortunately, from the start to the finish is 10, 20 years. So you don't see these small incremental changes. Because anglers spend the time on the riverbed, we do. And we tire of coming to these hearing processes and pointing these things out. So we pointed out that the smelt have disappeared. And for us, disappeared means over the last 20 years, we used to measure it a metre or two wide when they used to come in the river mouths. They just don't anymore. They're just not there. And I know I'm preaching to the converted and all that sort of thing. However, it's not in the monitoring process. We don't monitor the lagoons. We don't monitor the native fish in there. We don't monitor the native birds. And we point these things out, but there's no science there because we weren't looking at it. So how do we know the plans are doing what they're supposed to do in the first place? 1 minute. So, there we go. I could have saved the river today, but I chose to look the other way. It wasn't I didn't care. I had the time and I had been there. But I didn't want to seem a fool to argue over a water rule. I knew they hadn't worked before. If I spoke up, people might get sore. I took the chance. I closed an eye. And with that act, I let the river die. I could have saved that river today, but I chose to look the other way. Now, every time I see the river strife, I know I could have saved its life. That guilt is something I must bear, but it isn't something you want to share. When you see that river today, then walk away. Hope you never have to say, I could have saved that river today. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks very much, Paul, and I do appreciate you making this submission again to us today. Do we have any questions for Paul from the room? I'll go Chair, okay, Councillor Pauling and then Chair Huey.
Sure, Paul. Just was interested in your comment there about fish monitoring and whether you're aware that under the MPS with freshwater, that's something that regional councils will have to do going forward. And would you be supportive of this in our long-term plan?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The MPS spells out quite a structure of what is required in terms of monitoring fish and birds and all the other things. And it's a prerequisite because it's actually the apex predators in the system, which are the indicators of the health of the whole river. So it's great that there was a survey done of the lagoons. I think there's one done in the Rakaia and the Rangitata. Doc have advised that the smelt numbers were almost non-existent. As an angler, we're not surprised. What we are surprised about is why people here around this table that make those decisions don't know that. So yes, support that the MPS requirements need to be integrated all the way through the long-term plan.
Well, thank you very much for coming in today. You've actually answered my question from Craig's question, actually. But I do want to acknowledge that in the short time I've been here, I have met you on a number of occasions and I have heard you all saying the same thing, and I've heard the other fish groups saying the same thing. And it really concerns me that, you know, you've been saying this for 20 years. So I'm wondering, how can we engage with you differently so it's to make sure that we not only hear you, but we action you? Have you got any, on what you're saying, have you got any thoughts around that? Not that I don't want to see you, by the way. I wasn't saying that, in case you were wondering.
To answer your question in a nutshell, the problem is, from our perspective, is we've done this for 20 or 30 years. We've done the WCOs, we've talked to the plans, we've done the whole thing. It hasn't made a blind bit of difference. Not a job, from our perspective. The things that we talk about, people look at us and they go, what are you talking about? And the difference between us and a lot of other entities is that we spend days and days and days in the riverbed. If we don't notice the changes in what's happening in the river, the changing of the holes and the streams and the Enviro bits and all that, it all to increase the angling success, you have to track it. So we go to these hearings and experts tell us that, well, with less water in the river, it'd be easy to catch the fish. And I can certainly see from an expert's perspective why that might be true. It's quite laughable. Anybody that would know that, because as you take the water out, the temperature increases. When the temperature increases, the fish behaviour changes, or fish won't come in the river, or they shift, or they change. We notice the native birds disappearing. It's not much fun when you go fishing down to the mouth and you see the starving black-billed chicks sitting there, and you know within a day or two they're going to die. Why are they going to die? Because there's not enough feed around for them, because the native fish aren't there, the smelt don't come back. This hasn't just suddenly happened. It's not overnight. This has taken a long period of time. We see the sediment built up. So we need to change how we go about this. This is why I've started talking about the science and best practice and the tools and the monitoring. If you don't monitor something, how on earth are you going to manage it? And I'm not talking about monitoring just the nitrates. The nitrates are a small part. It's about all the other invertebrates. It's about the native fish. It's about the plant life that should be there in the river. And there are far more qualified people than me to talk to it. What is extremely frustrating is that when you go and talk to the experts, the biologists and the ecologists and all the rest, and they go, well, of course you're right. We sit back and go, why isn't that incorporated into the planning process?
Thank you very much, Paul. We really appreciate you coming in today. And like I said, we will be incorporating all of your comments into our deliberations to come. So thank you so much for coming in. Next up, we have Kathryn Bates, and I will just acknowledge to everyone in the room that we are going to be running through all of the submissions and then breaking after that. We won't be breaking early. So Kathryn, we welcome you to the table. Thank you very much for coming in. And it's great to have you back in the building. Kathryn and I used to work here together as staff, so I will acknowledge that. When you're ready, Kathryn, you have 10 minutes, and thank you for hanging in while we're running over time. So button on the right, when you're lit up, we can hear you.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou koutou. Nā mihi mō te mea agatu, anatu. Mihi ana ki nā mana whenua, e tangata whenua o te rohe nei. E mihi ana nei tuhu o nehe o Waitaha e noho nei o. Ko ōpuki taku maunga, ko waikirikiri e wakaapa epa taku awa. Ko whakaraupo taku waka. Ko David Bates toku matua, ko Diana Denham taku mama. Ko Mark Turner take tane. Ko Moss aku tamaiti, ko Kathryn Bates toku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, o katoa. Kia ora, thank you so much for having me to speak. Very last minute by me, and I'm sorry about that. Not that you know, but I've got a number of issues across the board for the entire long-term plan, because none of these sit alone, they're all connected. And thank you primarily, I go back to say thanks, Stephanie, Jenny, especially you, Yvette, and Yayan. Thank you very much. So land and water, first of all. So water is a Māori. It's our well-being, it's our life. You know, in terms of the land and water, for the NPS or NES for freshwater, there's water, there's human health, and there's the well-being of humans, the social, economic, and cultural. So, and I appreciate that you need to put limits on things, and I'm just wondering about the implementation of the freshwater regulations from MFE and how they relate to Canterbury. I mean, there's been an incredible amount of You've done incredible amount of work around dairy farming, low slope film farming, the lowland farming basically, but it's also hill slopes. I mean, there's a lot of hill slopes in Canterbury that don't tend to get looked at. They seem to be sort of not forgotten, but just generally not included in a lot of these rules. They're huge contributors of sediment to creeks, and there's a lot of pugging goes on that don't apply to intensive grazing or winter grazing. There's pugging that happens everywhere. That's one of the major contributors of sediment, and also farm drainage canals that are considered not considered in the waterways, in the freshwater policies regulations that will need to be implemented by ECAN. These used to be wetlands. They're drainage channels for a reason. They've been put there to take water away from the actual waterway, you know. So the wetlands and the stream channels are now dry, but, you know, there's nothing we can really do about that, but they need to be included in this and protected. They're still a waterway. Fencing and planting is not necessarily going to work. These are what is going to be implemented, but I'm working currently in Whakarapo, and I grew up on a hill country farm in Canterbury, but I've seen planting and fencing happening and been implemented for over 20 years and not doing what it's meant to be doing. It's not looking after the health of that waterway. In some cases, and recently in my job, I have seen creeks that there's full toxicity. There's no fish life in that creek. There are insects and the birds, but the fish life is non-existent. And this is going to keep happening if there's not a wider and broader implementation, you know, monitoring implementation when it comes to doing these freshwater rules, implementing the freshwater rules, excuse me. Primarily, I think there needs to be more farm environmental plan advisors from ECAN, not just one or two. The auditors for those farm environmental plans cannot be primarily employed by Ravensdown. That's just not going to work. That's not a good way of actually keeping track of this, because obviously they have an agenda. I think that's really important that those people are independently employed, basically employed by ECAN or employed elsewhere to check that those farm environmental plans are actually fit for purpose. So I think that one of the things within ECAN's ideas and advice they've been given is to push this aquatic offset. So for hill country farmers especially, so instead of actually fencing and planting out streams on a hill slope, which is going to be nearly impossible for most people and totally out of reach for most people financially, is to make a compulsory catchment-wide approach, a ki uta ki tai approach for those catchments, get those landowners to work together to do that aquatic offset, which could be a constructed wetland, it could be actual wetlands that are there that are just used for grazing in spring and summer. Those things could happen on a catchment-wide scale rather than a land property scale at the moment. The farm environmental plans could be catchment-wide scale rather than, you know, a scale, catchment scale plan rather than a farm environmental plan. So going back to the Ravensdown people, I was going to kind of go from that to my next thing, which is about fertiliser, top dressing. And growing up on a hill country farm, we did top dress, and it's a big deal. It's the only way really that you're going to get fertiliser onto hill slopes. However, most people don't see people doing top dressing. It's very much in the hills. It's not one of those, you don't see the cows in the lake summer, you don't see the pugging on an intensive grazed crop. You know, I mean, you do because the media sees it, but they don't pick up on top dressing. Top dressing from plains, superphosphate, which is basically mostly phosphorus and sulphur, going on to paddocks. They are GPS controlled. There is tracking, but that doesn't cover the waterways, and that's what worries me. as a kid, my dad, in the 80s, got a bit more money, 1 year for the wool. So we top dressed, and that next summer our creek was full of algae. And it took me, till I went to university to know that, put those two things together, that it was the increased nutrients that had caused that algal growth in the creek, which had never ever happened. We played in the creek all the time, and so that was something that was really noticeable, and actually started me thinking, hang on, where else is this happening? So I'm really wanting ECAN to look at those types of the fertiliser application, and whether or not there can be some mandatory or independent soil testing of farm soil before people put on fertiliser. Take a leaf out of that regenerative farming book and actually think about what is needed on the soil, rather than just doing, we haven't put any fertiliser on for a while, we need to put it on. And I know there are nutrient budgets, and that's part of the farm environmental planning, but I don't know how often that happens in hill country farming. So there's, Stats New Zealand has these has shown that Canterbury applies the most superphosphate as a region. But I mean, okay, we're a big region, but still, it has got a lot, and it's got the highest nutrient loading, external synthetic nutrient loading in the country. What else have I got here? And yes, it would be lovely if ECAN would actually stop the land conversions to dairying. I think we have enough intensive dairying. There's no, which leads me on to the biodiversity and biosecurity. It's accessibility of information for farmers. Clearing all of that land for the pivot irrigators has just reduced the biodiversity so much across the Canterbury Plains. There's no trees, there's no shelter for animals, birds, insects, anything. And that habitat is really important. It's really important for our waterways. It's really important for our everything, for us and for anything living on our land. So as Katrina was saying, use the ETS as a offset for rates for these farmers. I think that's a really good idea. I think the idea of actually planting out, areas with natives, and I understand that you need woodlots for, general use and for making money, but add some clumps of natives around for birds, for anything, so they can go from one to another. And climate change. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this. Climate change is, I think I'm really worried about coastal consents and more coastal development, also development on river channels and old river channels. I think that it's just going to lead to a problem for future generations to deal with, and I don't think that's fair. I think we know about it and we should have to deal with this. Stop enabling at-risk communities to remain at risk. Stop enabling that kind of remediation of seawalls and river walls, and allow some natural processes to actually happen. It's been proven that the seawalls especially do not work, and that they need to actually address the people living there rather than letting people living there. So, and my final thing is about air quality. I'm very, very concerned as I drive over the hill every day from my job back to Christchurch, and I see smoke across the plains. It's really thick, it's really bad, and it's all year. So I've had a stash with the Selwyn District Council about this before, but I got, hammered about it being really good for removing pests and diseases, which yes it is to some degree, but regenerative farming can actually do that and we need to increase the soil quality. It's been taken out, being put all this synthetic fertiliser onto our soil, but why don't we just okay, it's harder, it costs more, but over the long term, surely it's got to be a better option to actually turn that soil over and put those old crops, the stubble, back into the soil and regenerate the soil health. As far as air quality going with the stubble burning, I was really surprised when I looked this up to find that there are no land monitoring stations for air quality between Rangiora and Ashburton, and that is really bad there should at least be one near Darfield, Leaston, there should be some Sheffield. I can't believe when I see all those fires out there and there's no air quality monitoring inland.
Thank you, Kathryn. Really appreciate you coming in to speak to us today. We'll do 2 quick questions. Ian and Phil. Do that, Ian. Acknowledge you've come online there. We are running half an hour behind. Our IT has just sent through a request to turn off your video for now, if possible, please. Ian, we'll go to your question, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, really, and it relates to your concerns about drains and modification of wetlands and things. Do your concerns, have you got the same concerns about the effect of urbanisation and the fact that Christchurch is built on a swamp? Do the rules and regulations you want to apply in rural areas apply to urban form as well?
On a short answer, no. Rural is quite a different kettle of fish because of all the land that contributes to that sedimentation, whereas urban is more about residential. It's more about residential runoff in terms of roading and houses and general rubbish and people. So no, I do agree. I do like the idea of daylighting drains in the city. So I really think that's a great idea, and people actually planting along them if they've got a drain. I hate the word drain. But yeah, I think it's a totally, I think we have to look at it differently in terms of rural and urban. I don't think they are the same. But yeah.
Thanks, Kathryn. It's all good. I mean, I was interested in your talk of a compulsory catchment-wide system. I know your work is with landowners. I'll keep talking, like you can still hear me. So your work's with, as I understand, with landowners around Whakaropo. We've had quite a number of farmers coming in talking about catchment groups, which are obviously voluntary, but you put the word compulsory in there. So in your experience working with landowners, do you feel that a voluntary action can go far enough, or why have you added the compulsory term into that catchment focus?
Because it's a nice to have for a lot of farmers. A lot of farmers wouldn't see this as something that would be useful for them. Some would, of course, and some are, but there are. I think it's become so property oriented, individual, that there hasn't been a lot of thinking around a catchment for a long time. That one person upstream from another will affect or downstream, or even vice versa, especially in Whakaropo where it's tidal. There might be something that a landowner downstream does, straightening a channel, which will increase the salinity upstream. But that's why I think it needs to be a full catchment-wide and compulsory sort of action approach. Perhaps not approach, but just an encouragement to work on a catchment-wide scale.
Thank you very much, Kathryn. We really appreciate you coming in today. Sorry, just to cut you off there. It's been great to have you in and hear from you. I now welcome Tom Sheratt up to the table. Thank you, Tom.
Madam Chair, if I could just declare that Tom is my son-in-law, and although I have no financial interest in his businesses, and he has no financial interest in my businesses.
Oh, sure, thank you. Good afternoon all. Yes, I'm Tom Sheratt and I live in the Ashburton district, just south of Ashburton. On a block of land there. I'm not farming day to day, but I'm involved in a business that is in the primary industries, and so I'm interacting with both farmers and the urban community. So on a day-to-day basis, I feel like I've got a reasonably good pulse on what's going on out there. Firstly, if I put my business hat on, the proposed rate increases do render challenges, especially for the rural community. It's pretty difficult for any business to budget such an increase in expenditure. Perhaps some of the more aspirational projects need prioritising, and we need to relook at the financials and the discipline of some of those projects. I actually question whether there'll be the engagement to achieve positive outcomes. especially from the rural community. They've really got a hard end of the stick on this. And when you really boil the two proposals down, there's not really a material difference between the 18% and the 24.5%. I mean, we're talking $6 million on a $240 million spend. So just to touch on the water and land proposed activities, I support clean water activities and the work done to date. However, to redo the plans, and I referenced the PC 1 to 7 to accommodate the government's freshwater standards, is perhaps not the best use of money. My observation is it doesn't change the trajectory of the water plans that are in place to date. It also means that we're potentially changing the targets and undoing the work and cost already put in. Farmers have spent tens of thousands of dollars on environmental plans as well, and it's pretty hard to go back and say that we're going to upend this and change course or change the targets. It does really discredit that work that's been done to date. So perhaps you've heard this before, but pushing back to central government and review the need for that framework and recognise the plans that are actually already in the work that's already in place. Perhaps we need to defend this. So where I live, just south of Ashburton, it's supposedly one of the hot spots for there's a lot of dairy activity and farming activity in that area. Supposedly one of the hot spots for degraded water quality and nitrates, supposedly. But I've tested my house water, which is a private bore at home at the house there. I've tested it twice over the last 24 months, and the nitrate levels are actually 4 milligrams per litre. That's a pretty, I consider that a very good result. It's far below the World Health Organization standards of 10 or 11. When I was living in London quite a few years ago, the nitrate level of drinking water there from memory was around 5. So we're doing it right, and I'm surrounded by dairy cows. So I do suspect I've benefited from the Mara project, aquifer recharge, and that project like that has positive, tangible outcomes. It's improved the water quality, but also water reliability as well. It's an effective solution that can help grow the economy, enhance water quality, and that's in the face of climate change and the water quality challenges. So I think that's a really good project and the focus of ECAM. So the next part I want to touch on is it's probably more my sphere of operation and the business that I'm involved in. It's referenced to page 7 of your consultation document regarding the facilitation of land use change. So in the business I'm involved in, we're breeding plants and vegetables. We're producing hemp, and we're processing those crops and exporting them. Look, I mean, with that in mind, to change land use isn't that simple. It certainly can't be done through regulation. I mean, we look at a range of products, whether they're crops or horticultural crops, seeds, apples, hops, hemp, and the driver for those is market. So if there's a market for those products and they can be grown on Canterbury, and we've got the infrastructure, we have the ability to invest in the infrastructure, we've got the climate, if we've got the climate, the scale, the knowledge and the investment abilities there, then if all those things align, then there's an opportunity to produce that here in Canterbury. But that takes a lot of time and a lot of R&D and a lot of investment. It's not that simple. Canterbury's pretty damn good at growing grass, growing dairy products or producing dairy products and meat, and we've got plenty of markets for that. You know, if I look at apples, for example, you know, there's a limited market. We can't grow tens of thousands of hectares of apples, and the infrastructure is required is huge. So, and likewise with hemp, you know, it's a limited market. We're growing close to 1,000 hectares of hemp, and as I said, it's a limited market. There's not to extend beyond that is really, really difficult. So, you know, things like the SFFF is actually from MPI, you know, funding R&D projects is actually a better way to support land use change, because that's investing in R&D and allows us to actually do some pretty out there research and development to investigate the possibilities of other products that we could adapt here in Canterbury and allow us to build markets offshore. So yeah, sometimes there's some sense in doing what we're good at versus trying to do things that are actually better suited elsewhere. But yeah, that's my summation of or some of the points that I wanted to touch on regarding the long-term plan. I mean, there's some really good elements in it, but there's also some things like that I touched on that are you know, going to render some challenges. So thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for that, Tom. We'll go Councillor Peter Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for coming in with that. I think one of the things that we're looking at as a council, I guess, is looking at the opportunity for change. What are the alternative land uses? And you've said that in terms of the work that your company does, it's quite limited. How often does a new opportunity come along in your estimation?
Not often. Yeah, no, to answer that, not often. There's a lot of investigation. You know, I spend a lot of time pre-COVID. Spent a lot of time offshore talking to people all over the world, canvassing new opportunities, and it's been in the right place at the right time, having the right conversation. And sometimes we miss the boat. You know, there's other regions of the world that are already ahead of us. But you know, there's opportunities there that we work on, but they start small, and it takes years to develop them. Years and years. As I said, a lot of investment, a lot of risk, and things just have to come into line. And you know, I just want to make the point. You know, regulating and saying that we're going to have to we're stipulating that there's going to be land use change is not necessarily the best way to do it. The way to do it is actually support of those private enterprises, those corporate companies that are actually out there, you know, on the coalface of finding those market opportunities and investing in R&D.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you for coming up to speak to your submission today. I welcome Kari Hunter to the table, and just want to note, Kenneth, that you'll be presenting after Kari has had her turn. So welcome, Kari. Thank you for coming in today. 10 minutes to present. Button on your right to activate your microphone, and when it's red, we can hear you.
Kia ora. I'm a Canterbury, Christchurch. For most of my life, I've lived here. I've also lived in Gothenburg and Stockholm. Was born in Gothenburg. I'm a mother. I'm here because I want us to keep the planet below 1.5 degrees warming, and as it goes up towards and possibly over that, I want everyone to be able to have a way to live, and I want our living world to be able to sustain itself and not collapse. I want us to have an Anthropocene, not a Pyrocene. And so, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Kari aho. I've looked at your long-term plan and the Christchurch City Council long-term plan and the Climate Change Commission's draft advice to the government, and there's lots of good stuff in all of them, and there's lots of good stuff in ECAN's draft long-term plan. And I realised I'd written my submission based on the questions, and I tried to put in something in that, you know, what else? but really that's the what else I want to speak about, because we've got 10 years to get emissions down. IPCC says that we need to get them down by 50% across globally. Oxfam says that New Zealand should get them down by 80% in that, and that's this long-term plan. I don't see a plan for how to do that. What I'm seeing is a plan for making incremental reductions in some of the harm. And that's different from looking at how are we going to get to zero emissions, which is what our central government has committed us to, and which is what's needed, according to the IPCC, to have a chance at keeping the planet below 1.5 degrees of warming. That's just to have a chance. That's like to have a 1 in 2 chance of keeping it down there. If we go above there, the difficulties for the world and for Canterbury are going to escalate. They're already causing a lot of harm now. We know that. We've seen what's been going on in Australia and Pacific Islands and in other parts of the world, and it's starting to happen here too. Go up another degree and we've got a lot of problems. So it's really worth taking those goals seriously. And to do that, we need a plan. And as the previous speaker said, land use change, for instance, takes time. So does urban change. And if we don't know where we're going, we've got no chance of getting there. So we need to have that picture. I don't think ECAN can do that whole job, but I do think it's government's job. So somewhere between central government, ECAN and CCC, we need a plan a vision that shows, okay, what does it look like when New Zealand and Canterbury and Christchurch, where I live, and all the other districts are living in a way that is zero emissions, truly sustainable, and better yet, regenerative, so that we can continue to have many generations after us live here. And that's a radical change from how things are now. That means no fossil fuels. So that means thinking about how do we do everything that we're doing, everything that we need to live well, to have basic well-being without fossil fuels, without any more soil degradation, without we can't keep having the level of methane emissions. We can't keep having people driving around. I think I'm a townie, and I think the change needs to be rural and urban. I don't think it's one or the other. I think both are going to be needed. So there's a whole bunch of questions, like if we can't replace everything with EVs, that's not going to do it all. I'm sure there's a place for them, but we can't replace every motor vehicle with an ICE. I mean, sorry, I said that wrong. EV, you know what I mean. So if we can't have trucks carrying things, and we can't have farm machinery, and we can't have people driving everywhere, then we can't have as much travel as we've got. So public transport is important. We need to get people out of cars and onto public transport in the short term, but we also need to have a picture of what are we going to do how are we going to have things work when we can't actually keep doing most of this. I think I have a picture, and I'm not an expert, I'm not a farmer, but having read somewhat, my picture is that if we're going to try and make land farming and food production sustainable, that's going to mean more people working on farms, because if we're not using cheap, abundant petrochemicals, then that's going to mean more hands on the land. That's going to mean more people living rurally, because you can't be commuting because we're not going to be using petrol. That means people migrating between districts, and that's ECAN's business, because if there's going to be a lot of change in how things happen between districts, I think ECAN needs to have a role in that, in helping the districts to figure out how things work between them. Where are people going to live when there's retreat because parts of the land become uninhabitable? Where are people going to work? How are they going to travel to work? How are we going to have an economy that functions? And I'm talking about a real economy where people get our needs met, not the one where the dollars flow. Might coincide sometimes, but it doesn't always. How are we going to have that when we can't have large-scale shipping? Even if we didn't figure out that we need to stop relying on large-scale shipping, the consequences of climate change are likely to be collapse in some of the things that are happening in the rest of the world, and that's going to have a big effect on us. We need to be able to function when some of the things we've relied on in the rest of the world are no longer working the way they have. So we need a picture of how we're going to live, how we're going to do it. And all of that is hard. It's really hard. It's a really big problem. And we need to be well underway towards that within 10 years. And I don't see that in our long-term plan. Thank you. So we can't be making any decisions that, you as council can't be making any decisions that go in the opposite direction. We need to be heading for solving those problems. We can't be making any decisions that go in the opposite direction. Every decision needs to take that into account. Checking my notes here to see what I need to cram in. Yeah, there's a lot of detail. We need soil regeneration, and that needs support. People need support to make that happen. We need to have, we need to have active transport and public transport, and it needs to be low emissions. We need to protect soil from urban sprawl as well as other kinds of degradation. I live in a street where there's lead contamination, and we need to protect it from all kinds of harms, so that when we need to grow our food locally, some of it in the city, we've got soil to do that in.
Thank you very much, Kari. Thank you. Thank you very much for the challenge. We have questions from Councillor Hands in Southworth. Thank you.
Thanks, Kari. Thanks for your submission. You've talked in your submission about supporting doing even more. You talk a lot about transport. For example, would you be prepared to pay a significantly higher rate in order to have more public transport within the city? And how much more would you be prepared to pay if we could achieve that?
I am in favour of cheap or free public transport on routes where it's going to be well used, and I think it makes sense for rating to be progressive. So I am prepared to pay more rates. I don't have a high income, but I think if rating is progressive, that's affordable. And I think it will, cars are subsidised quite heavily. There's no reason why public transport shouldn't be subsidised to a level that actually works enough to get people there. If young people are get into the habit of using buses, they may not think they need cars, and that would be a great thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Just picking up on your talking about progressive rates there. You mentioned about the UAGC and you'd support less for that. And we've heard from quite a number of landowners who, when you have a higher value property, you pay more, proposing that UAGC should go up by maybe $100 a year or even $150, which is then universal across all those. In your experience, what sort of effect do you think that would have? Is that affordable for people in your community?
I think it really varies. I'm a townie, so I guess I don't have a very close picture of exactly what happens. I heard one of the previous speakers saying, on a good year, it's trivial. An extra cost is trivial. On a hard year, a chunk of more money is hard. And I think it really varies. So figuring out how, I think overall we're very low taxed as a country, and that isn't going to work because to find solutions, we're going to actually need government to do more. And so we're going to need to have, somehow we're going to need to get that revenue, and it needs to come from the people who can afford it somehow. I'm not sure exactly how that should happen. And I think in my local community, it really varies. Some people would find another $100 a year, a real struggle. And for other people, it's trivial.
Thank you very much for coming in to speak to your submission. Really appreciate hearing from you. We move now to Kenneth Pottinger online, and I do want to acknowledge everyone for their patience. I appreciate we are almost an hour behind, but we appreciate you hanging in there with us. Kenneth, if you can unmute and feel free to share your video. Our 10 minutes will start when you're ready.
I don't know if you want to see me. We'll give it a go. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to submit my thoughts on the draft long-term plan. As you may detect, I'm an immigrant to this country. I used to live in the far north of Scotland, in a place beyond the Highlands. I was brought up on a coastal farm. It's rich in history and with an abundance of wildlife, some of which was protected on the farm. My family have farmed there for generations. Unfortunately, in the UK, the agriculture industry is heavily regulated, monitored and audited, as they still have a support system in place, and this does hinder progress and removes growth opportunities. And as I was not due to inherit and the options to grow were limited, my wife and I chose to emigrate, just like thousands of Scots families have done in the past. And we were attracted to New Zealand by the opportunity to grow our family in an environment where the primary producer was the bedrock of the community. We were blessed in New Zealand to have a system of agriculture where someone with limited capital and no experience can develop a career, grow their business, and contribute in a meaningful way to the New Zealand economy. Now, recently, there's been lots of debates about agriculture and the role of the private producer, both good and bad, within this community. A lot is based on misinformation through social media, personal agendas of those in government or areas of policy making. And rural communities understand this, and they understand the need for a social license. We understand the need to produce an environmentally sustainable product. And we do this better than any other country already. This has been proven to the United Nations and through the World Trade Organization. And over the last few years, we've also undertaken many works on farms, both voluntary and through some public pressure. We showed the public what we do is important, not just to us, but to you as well. We fenced off waterways, particularly the dairy industry, building infrastructure to capture effluent, installing more efficient irrigation, developing a recharge scheme, which is going to certainly improve the Hinds catchment area where I currently live. We improved crop breeding. We've created opportunities to develop different crops, just like Tom was mentioning there on hemp. We've even got quinoa growing here now. We're improving the genetics of our herds to reduce the natural methane that they produce. And we've created local catchment groups and planting natives around wetlands to encourage biodiversity. We've also been looking at regenerative systems. This is a word I don't quite think should be used in New Zealand. Regenerative is for soil that's been developed over thousands of years. New Zealand soil, in my opinion, is extremely young, and you can't regenerate young soils, you can only improve them. And for that, you need a huge amount of organic matter. Unfortunately, all of these things that we've done over the last few years, they come at a cost, physically, mentally, and financially. We can't keep doing more for less and expect a community to survive. There needs to be a balance. I haven't read the whole document. It's rather 318 pages, is quite a lot. The 38 pages that you do have as a discussion document, I've read a fair bit of it. And within there, I find that the LTP is quite divisive. It seems to split urban and rural ratepayers into different entities. To me, as an outsider, this is discriminatory and unjust. What's the difference between us? I'm currently a share milker on a dairy farm down here. It's been a dairy farm since the 1950s. This area hasn't changed. The cow numbers haven't necessarily changed. But I have to monitor and record and pay for services. I have to submit a farm environmental plan, and I require resource consent for land use change. Apart from adhering to the building code, there seems to be precious little environmental constraints on the urban developer. There doesn't seem to be a lot of social justice there. Again, at the urban sprawl that the previous speaker was mentioning, it's taken up huge swaths of prime land all over New Zealand. In 1996, when I first came here to visit, I had the pleasure of driving around Pukekohe with my uncle and auntie up there in the Aka Aka swamp, and beautiful farmland covered in vegetables, and now it's covered in concrete. I don't know what's more polluting, the vegetables or the concrete. And to me, the food security at this time, especially with COVID and other things going on in the world, needs to be paramount in your thinking. Yes, it needs to be sustainable. We need to have environmental impacts taken into consideration in anything that we're doing, whether it's driving the car, driving a bus, or just walking along the lane picking up the rubbish that someone's left behind. So the dairy industry has been leading these challenges head on through the Dairy NZ vision is clear. I've got a cousin up in the North Island, Stuart Muir is his name. He's been doing a lot of work around the Waikato river mouth, cleaning it up there. He's also involved in trees that can't. These are all voluntary groups we've done. They're not managed by any government group or anything. They're all voluntary. And the improvements that they're making are huge. And I think that ECAN needs to acknowledge this, just like James Stewart acknowledged the dairy industry is most sustainable in the world. You must also acknowledge that the rate rises such as you're suggesting may actually slow down this work. There is not a bottomless pit of money in any industry, in any business. We can't keep borrowing, we can't keep paying and expect the work to actually carry on. We're blessed in Canterbury to have the ability to grow the food that the world wants from us. That's why we've chosen to do what we do. Dairy cows didn't just magically appear. They came here because the market wanted it, the land was available to do it. And yes, there's probably been mistakes along the way, but that's not the farmer's responsibility. The Resource Management Act put these things in place and they could have been managed a lot better at the time. The information's out there, it's been out there for generations. It's not exactly enacted. So yeah, we do need to protect these soils and waterways and encourage biodiversity for future generations to continue to grow this food. And it's great that we're able to do that in this community, but we can't just plant a whole lot of almond trees and expect to make milk out of it. If you continue to target the rural community at the expense of others, then you may end up in a worse position, as there will be no one left to look after it. And just like the Highlands of Scotland, the land was cleared of its people 170 years ago. Many of them came here to rebuild their community in New Zealand. I think the ancestors would be fairly disappointed with some aspects of this LTP. Thank you. Hello?
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your presentation there, Kenneth. Do we have any questions from the room? No questions, it seems. Thank you so much for joining us online, Kenneth. Really appreciate you taking the time to do that. I now welcome Hamish Rennie. Kia ora, Hamish. You have 10 minutes to present when you're ready. Button on the right. When you've got your red light on, we can hear you. Take it away when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here representing the Waihora-Ellesmere Trust, and our trust, mainly some introduction to some of your members, but I think most of you are familiar with us. We've been working with the Regional Council for about 20 odd years now, almost 20 years. The focus of the trust is on one of New Zealand's taonga, and a taonga and a treasure for everyone here in the region of Canterbury, and that is Te Waihora Lake Ellesmere. And our goal and our major objective is to try and enhance the health of the lake, and also to engage and recognise the dual heritage of the lake and its relationship with the people of Canterbury and of the more local community. The lake, for those of you who aren't familiar, is of international significance. Species fly from there to the Arctic. It's got 165 bird species, more bird species than anywhere else in New Zealand, about 50,000 birds on the lake in our annual counts. It's a really good fishery, and it's just a really great place to be. You go out there, you go down to the end of Selwyn River, L2, somewhere like that, and just stand there, and there's just this immense open space, and you can just relax and feel refreshed and recreated. So just a really special place. As you're probably also aware, it's got some problems, and those are the things that we're trying to work on. And I'll own up to the fact that my ancestors and family have probably contributed to some of those problems through our drainage and farming practices in the past. And I think that's probably fair to say for most of the members of our committee and our trust, who are all by and large locals and working to try and help the lake restore. Basically what I want to highlight to you is a couple of areas that we support in our submission, but also to flag to you some things we would hope to be working collaboratively with the council in the future, in which we hope you will allocate some funds for in your budgets, or at least allow for in your budgeting. The one thing we've realised over time is that the regional council can't do everything to help fix things. It needs help as a community, and we can't do everything ourselves. Great to hear the voluntary work that people do, but you just can't do it all yourself. And so we do need to work together on these sort of things and partner up. So I just want to flag for a start that we do see that offer some support for the community funds for particular projects and that have been identified in the LTP. We think that is, of course, valuable because communities do need to find somewhere to get some funds from, to help them get funds from elsewhere and to help them do the work that they're needing to do. I also just want to highlight, though, that there can be some difficulties when all funds are targeted to particular projects, and you should give some consideration to grant funds to organisations to help them operate, whether it's Te Waihora Trust or Kakariki or any of those sort of organisations. We have benefited in the past from having grant funding which was not tied to things by ECAN. We have struggled when things have been tied because often they come with strings attached, which then make the community feel, are we actually independent, or are we just an agent for the council? So there does need to be some consideration of straight out grant funding for organisations that isn't tied. I want to flag to you that the Living Lake Symposium, and we host that every 2 years, working with very close with ECAN on doing that, with Tim Davies at the moment. And the next one is coming up this year. I heard the Braided River people earlier saying that one of the difficulties is getting information out there. That Living Lake Symposium is a major means of getting information out to the community and of drawing all the scientists focused on Te Waihora, Waihora-Ellesmere together at one time and actually seeing where we are. And because we hold it every 2 years, we're able to monitor change over time and look at where things have come from and where they're going to. So we'll look at that in November this year. We are hoping that there'll be funding in kind and possibly in cash to support that symposium proceeding. The other thing I just want to highlight for you is that we've reviewed a number of the areas that people are working in and where the trust can contribute most to. And in the past, we've done a lot of restoration work. And there are a number of people working on restoration at the moment, and we thought, what can we actually do that's not really being filled in at the moment by others? And what we have realised is there are a large number of people moving into the catchment, into the area, who do not connect with the lake, who are not even aware that it's there. We've had some surveys undertaken, and the surveys we've got about 70–80% of the people we've surveyed in Prebbleton and in Rolleston have never been to the lake, and yet they're living right in its catchment. So we're sort of thinking one thing we need to do is actually engage people with the lake, make them realise how special it is, and we've looked at ways of doing that and ways that also work in terms of climate change issues and also provide us opportunities to work with biodiversity. And so one of the things we're promoting is an accessible Te Waihora, and I don't know how many of you have tried to get to Lake Ellesmere Te Waihora. It's not easy to find your way down there sometimes, but we want to promote an accessible Te Waihora. We want to develop ultimately a circum-lake cycle walkway, but we're going to take in kiddie steps. We're looking initially to try and connect the area from Watakarara, the rail trail, through to the mouth of the L2 Arahira to benefit from getting people to connect with the Green Park sands there and hopefully reduce some of the rubbish dumping that goes on there when the place is not being people working there. There's public roads there, that need the paper roads that offer opportunities to develop. So we're seeing that as a route that we can we can do something with. So that's a major area of focus that we're going to have over the next few years, and we would very much appreciate any support we can get from the council in kind or in cash again, on helping to facilitate that. We think will add to the recreational opportunities and provide opportunities for promoting biodiversity and heritage values in the area. There's a lot of heritage around that particular area. The last thing I just want to say is that we've noted the funding for the Regional Coastal Environment Plan. I think from a personal level, it's almost criminal that we've had the 2005 Regional Coastal Environment Plan lasting for this long and not significantly updated to reflect the 2010 New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. I have to say, from research I've done, you're not alone, but it's still not good enough. And we, the trust, from trust point of view, we are very keen to work with you on that, and because Te Waihora-Ellesmere is within the coastal environment and it does connect directly with the coastal marine area, so we would be, very keen to help and work with you in your work on that. That's all I want to say for this. I very much appreciate the time. I appreciate that you've stayed with it for so long and listened to so many people. So, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Kenneth. I will have two questions. One first from Tumitau Ian Cranwell, and then from Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Kia ora, Hamish. Tēnā koe. Thank you for your presentation. And you would like to know that Mayor Sam also mentioned about the walkway, cycleway around the lake. And I asked him the question to him, and he had it gone to the co-governors and to Waihora, and he said, to my knowledge, no, that he will be taking it to there. A further question to that: Have you engaged Te Taumata Runanga? Because one of their points is about access to the lake, and they've been talking about that for a long time. And so I was wondering if you talked to them about that issue as well.
Thank you. It is something that we are wanting to do more of, but we respect the Runanga's approach at the moment, which is a working agile system, and they've got certain priorities. They operate at particular times for particular periods. So yes, they are aware of it. We have talked very briefly with them, and they've basically said, as we understand it, to continue on with our work. They trust us to continue on with, and we will engage with them throughout. So yeah, we see it very much working with them. It's just that we also know how much work they're having to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hamish, if I could just acknowledge the great work you're doing down at Te Waihora. And my question really, it revolves around the health of the lake and the effect of the sort of increasing urbanisation and the catchment of a lot of the streams and drains and creeks that flow into the bigger rivers that then flow into. Have you got concerns about that?
We've got concerns about everything that adds pollution to the waterways and the lakes, and to be honest, I don't want to play urban and rural off against each other, because everyone's got their own bit to contribute, and they've all got issues. And I've got a photo in my pocket at the moment of the Selwyn transfer station I was at earlier this week, and all these polystyrene beads that are lined up along the gutter ready to go into the waterway, and they're going to come down from that transfer station. And it's just, we've all got to pull together somehow and solve it. There are issues around urban things, but at the moment, it's just all hands on deck, basically.
Thank you so much for coming in and presenting to your submission today. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your day. I now welcome Rebecca up to the table, please, to present on behalf of Ashburton Lindhurst Irrigation. Appreciate you being able to come back in a newly scheduled time. Thank you very much for coming out to present to us. Button on the right when you're ready. Red light means we can hear you.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you very much for having me, and I'm so sorry that I wasn't here a few days ago. I wasn't well, so thank you for rescheduling me, and you all look like you're still awake, so you're doing well at this particular point in time. So thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Rebecca Whillians. I'm the General Manager at Ashburton Lindhurst Irrigation. I've been with Ashburton Lindhurst since May 2018, and prior to that I worked as an environmental planner, most recently at the Ashburton District Council. Ashburton Lindhurst Irrigation is a farmer-owned cooperative. We own and manage infrastructure to deliver water to our farmers, and we also manage their environmental compliance. We have 236 shareholders, and we cover an area of approximately 30,000 hectares on the north side of the Hakatiri, the Ashburton River. If anyone's seen the submission, there's a wee map showing where we sit. In addition to representing our farmer shareholders, Ashburton Lindhurst also owns about 90 hectares of property, which is rated by ECAN. It's across about 12 parcels, and I think our rates increase looks like it's going to be in the order of 29%. Before I talk specifically about the long-term plan, and I won't be here forever, so don't worry. I just wanted to provide a little bit more context about what it is that we do. We no longer just deliver water to our shareholders. We hold a discharge consent on behalf of those shareholders, which effectively gives them their right to farm. So we support them with their environmental management on farm, and for the last 6 years, we've seen some meaningful change in the mindset of our farms, and pleasingly in the environmental outcomes that are happening in our catchment. We've had a groundwater monitoring program in place for the past 4 years, and we're using this to track our environmental performance and also to prepare for our sub-regional plan that has yet to occur. We're experienced at facilitating and delivering our environmental management strategy with a focus on education and engagement. We seek to enable our farmers to make the right decision. Given experience, we think that we can provide feedback into what does and doesn't work when it comes to trying to affect change on farm. So Ashburton Lindhurst Irrigation recognises the substantial additional workload that the central government policy is putting onto the regional council, in particular the freshwater package, because that affects us most closely. Under the LTP, ECAN is proposing to spend another $24 million in consenting and planning to stop further decline and actively improve the environment for future generations. Over the last 10 years, ECAN has completed detailed community-led plans and changes focused on land and water, and those changes we believe are generally in line with the intent of the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water and seek to control the same effects as the freshwater package. Please don't lose sight of the fact that ECAN is ahead of the game here and in a far more advanced position than many other regional councils around the country. We support ECAN's LOS4, which is a one-year target to assess the effectiveness of the existing plans to deliver the National Freshwater Policy Statement, but question the timing of the assessment in relation to the long-term plan and the proposed rates increase. Focusing on the variations to the existing regional plan should help avoid duplicating processes that have already been completed under the Land and Water Regional Plan. This will allow ECAN, Papatipu, Runanga and the wider Canterbury community to focus their resources on the implementation. Before budgets are set and rate increases are applied, the proposed gap analysis is required to understand what additional work is actually needed. I'd then like to move on to the water and land portfolio. LOS9 is about enabling resource users to implement GMP. The way I read the performance measures, you're proposing to hold aggregated consent entities such as catchment groups, collectives or irrigation schemes to a minimum of GMP, and Ashburton Lindhurst Irrigation thinks that this is quite reasonable. What we're not sure about is why those farmers who are outside of the scheme or collective would be at a lesser standard. The LTP, as it reads at the moment, is proposing to provide them advice and guidance to implement GMP, but doesn't have a requirement for them to be at GMP. Consistent applications of standards, regardless of the consenting body, is imperative to ensure good environmental outcomes. It makes it hard for us to manage our environmental program when our farmers look across the fence to someone outside of the scheme who does not need to reach the same standards, or in some cases does not have a consent, who's not doing an FEP and isn't being audited. The consistency in the LTP needs to be addressed, and there should be an ECAN focus on those that haven't joined the journey yet, rather than those that are well along. My next point is around affordability. We have some concerns that the rural community is disproportionately carrying the burden of the rates increase. Feedback that we've received from our farmers is that there's a genuine concern about the sheer scale of the rates increases proposed and the ability to fund these on top of the increases in compliance costs that they're already facing. There was a question in the standard questions around borrowing to fund operational expenditure, and we don't believe that borrowing for operational activities is prudent. However, we would support borrowing for capital on fixed assets. The Heinz Hekio Plains Managed Aquifer Recharge was also a question. This is the pilot of the environmental infrastructure to address water quality that's happening in the Heinz Hekio Plains. Ashburton Lindhurst Irrigation would like consideration to be given to using aquifer recharge to manage freshwater quality in the Ashburton Lindhurst area as part of a wider sub-regional planning process where the community can determine the outcome that it wants for the catchment and the appropriate methods to achieve these outcomes. So we see it as a potential tool that needs to be looked at within a wider context. This LTP outlines the basis of how ECAN proposes to tackle the significant challenges in the coming years. It's vitally important that all those within the communities are treated equally and that the standards expected of those in the scheme are matched by the expectations of those outside the irrigation schemes. Any change management process must ensure that everyone understands how the changes will occur and how the changes will occur over time. Sorry, I've made edits, which is never a good idea. Integrating the solutions needed under the various processes in the legislation will also be important. I note that there are a lot of different legislative changes that potentially touch on the same elements on farm for our shareholders. Engagement like that undertaken through the sub-regional process is critical as it drives buy-in. Care needs to be taken to ensure that the process is not derailed through generic provisions and lack of certainty. I believe that ECAN needs to clearly determine the gaps between the freshwater package and the existing framework and plug those rather than starting a new process. This would be the most cost-effective, allowing funds to be spent on practical applications on the ground. Thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, thank you so much for your coming in to present today, and I hope you are feeling much better today. We'll hear from Councillor Scott in Southworth, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca, for this. And I was quite interested when you made a comparison about those inside and outside the scheme. There's two parts to this question. One is, are the people outside irrigated or not irrigated? So that's the first. That's the first answer. And then the second one is, have you got capacity to accommodate those people in terms of your environmental work that you do?
So those people could be either. It depends how proactive or not they have been and whether they've had the right numbers of phone calls or not, I suspect. We are looking to be able to incorporate others within our scheme. That's quite a philosophical change for an irrigation scheme. People buy shares at the moment in our scheme so that they can receive water. So to move to that environmental piece would require the board to take on, I guess, the liability, and the rest of the shareholders take on the liability of those parties to come into our scheme. So it's not a decision that would be taken lightly. However, our ability to reconsent into the future is all reliant on our ability to clean up the water. And if we're only part of that puzzle and we can't influence what else is happening, then we may find it more difficult to continue doing what we do. So it's definitely something we'll be giving consideration to.
So the liability is the issue with the directors?
Look, yes.
Yeah, my question sort of connects in. So firstly, just to clarify what I just heard, is you're saying you could bring farmers into being part of your GMP, providing the advice and supporting them to improve, but they wouldn't necessarily have to actually be buying water and part of the irrigation scheme. Is that what was just discussed?
Yes, so we have set up our consent application that we're currently seeking consent from ECAN. We've set that up so that we could bring non-irrigated or people who don't receive our water, so they may be irrigated but might be groundwater, under that global consent application, so that they could also be part of our environmental management program, and that we could try and bring them along so that we can see those improvements in the groundwater quality.
So my question then was, in terms of the sort of scale, so within your catchment, what sort of proportion are within your scheme currently within that land use management GMP, and the proportion outside, and can give a sense of the sort of level of significance of those outside in terms of the impact on the groundwater level quality that you're trying to achieve? Do you have that sort of level of science behind what you're talking about?
So I can't speak for those that are outside of our scheme. When you look at our scheme area, we're quite consolidated because we're an older scheme, so there aren't many pieces of dry land within the area that we service. Of those, I think we had 65% receive an A grade in the last year of auditing, so there is a reasonably high level that are achieving the good management practice within that. But we're part of a much wider catchment. We run from just above Methven down to the state highway at Ashburton. We have a number of lifestyle blocks at the top, and then we go maybe halfway between the Ashburton or the Hakateri and the Rakaia rivers. So there are groundwater quality outcomes happening below us, which will be tied to us, but they could also be influenced by others.
Thank you so much for coming in today, Rebecca. It's been great to hear from you. Now welcome Ross up to the table. I'm sure we've saved the best for last, so thank you so much for hanging in there with us, Ross. It's great to have you in here. And when you're ready, just hit the button and we'll get away.
Sure, so my name's Ross Bowmar. I'm a high country farmer from the Rakaia Gorge on the south side of the Rakaia River. So my wife and I and our two young boys, we farm 1,935 hectares there. It's all freehold, which is important, in the current environment. We run Angus cattle and merino sheep, and there's about 8,500 stock units. And we range from the, basically the edge of the Rakaia River up to about 1,100 metres high. My wife and I took over the farm on the last day for over a century, and the reason we came back was to give the children the opportunity to grow up in the, rural, community setting, and that was after having spent basically 10 years, travelling around the world in the sort of international agribusiness. So, yeah, we're very fortunate to be farming there, and we're really enjoying it. And, one of the first things you notice when you go to a farm like what we've got is just the huge amount of, biodiversity and what goes on down in the rivers. We can drink out of every single creek on our farm. We could swim in every single creek. We have a lot of rye bulls. We have a lot of banded dotterels as well. And all of our creeks are unfenced. Every single one of them, and everything that's come about there hasn't come about because of any contributions from ECAN or anything like that. It's because of the farming practices that have been carried out, for the last 100 years, on that farm to make it, truly sustainable. So, when you look at it like that, and then you come and say, okay, we've been somehow given the option of a couple of rate, increases. One of 19 or one of 24, whatever those numbers are. But either way, you look at it from a farmer's perspective, it's absolutely ridiculous. In fact, I thought, geez, I'm in the wrong game here. Imagine if I could go out and demand from my customers a 19 or, these huge increases. My customers would laugh at me. We would never sell anything. So I think we need to look at it and say, okay, what is reasonable here, and try and tie it to the incremental, gains and prices that we see, because otherwise, it just truly becomes, unsustainable over time, as we go forward. In terms of what we already experience on the farm, we've got a bit of irrigation on the farm. We continually have people sending out invoices to come and count the fish, or to check how much water we've taken, or all these other various, aspects, and it all just adds up. And they seem to always want to push up those costs as well. And we just put in a couple of new water monitors because it splits two ways, and that was like $11,000 to put in these water monitors. And then on top of that, now we're being told we've got to put in this telemetry as well. Well, I can tell you, telemetry might be simple down in the Canterbury Plains, but when you get into the mountains, it's not quite so easy. We're looking at another $10,000 to somehow get all these satellites hooked up to try and, get it out so we can tell ECAN that we're being good people and not taking too much. Well, we can't take too much anyway. The pipes don't even allow us to take too much, but yet we're obligated to spend all this money. So, again, we get rather annoyed. So then it comes to, how do we get on with dealing with ECAN when it comes to up there? And, a lot of the neighbours and that, they all moan and they grizzle about what ECAN do, and most of them are too scared to actually tell them. But the reality is when it comes to dealing with people from ECAN, they're so risk adverse, they don't want to make any decisions. They spend half the time just apologising to you about how dysfunctional the process is, that nothing actually ends up happening. And that's kind of what we face out there in the rural community at the moment. We've been trying to get some work done down on the near the river through the farm, getting some roads realigned for safety for the community school bus primarily, and we can't even get answers out of anyone at ECAN as to what we should do. And then the one guy that did come out managed to turn around and tell us that the whole views of this valley belonged in the 1920s. So again, we were rather pissed off about this whole situation. And don't get me wrong, most of the people in ECAN are nice, well-meaning people, but they do not know how to get things done. And that's what we need to see. So you go back and you say, well, here's a rates increase and all the rest of it. Well, we actually need to focus on how we get stuff done with the current amount of funds we have, not go and take more, because we'll just end up in more dysfunctional expenditure. Which then you go through here and, I read the document, and you say, well, it really reeks of basically, rural versus urban in terms of, okay, well, these rural people must be causing all of the issues out there. Well, we've got no incentive as farmers to turn around and destroy the environment. Absolutely none at all, because we are reliant on that land to sustain our business going forward. So we cannot afford to destroy it, so we don't need to be regulated to ensure we're not destroying it, because it actually just defies practical logic that we will be there. So on that note, I don't want to talk for too long because I know you're all running behind and all the rest of it, but I think you just need to focus on getting your people in ECAN to put as much emphasis on how to get projects over the line, especially when they come from the community, as what they do about how every tree and every lizard and everything else is all important. Because if I took that view, the alternative view would be that every blade of grass is important, and then we'd never get anywhere. So we just need to try and be balanced, and we need to ensure that they're balanced and focused on getting projects done that the community wants to get done. So thank you for having me.
Very direct. I love your style. Thank you so much, Ross. Do we have any questions from the room? Councillor Hands.
Hi, Ross. How are you? Have you worked out what the rates impact will be for your property at this stage in terms of how much additional rates you might be paying?
Yeah, so for our property, it worked out it was going to be at least another, $1,000. So it was not just the rates increase; it's all the other compliance costs increase as well. When you start adding up all the consents and everything else, we would be spending now $10,000 a year, just to satisfy, ECAN on the consent side of it. Which it was interesting just to hear, the lady from the irrigation company talk about it. We're running our own irrigation. We're the only one on it because we take it out of a side stream. So we've got all the same kind of costs as what they can share over 230 people falls on us. And I have to be the expert in that. So it doesn't seem quite right.
Yeah, I sense your frustration there in terms of comms. Who do you deal with? Do you deal with Ashburton or do you deal with Christchurch in terms of your communication with ECAN stuff?
So we're mostly dealing with down in Ashburton, but we've been working a lot with the Ashburton District Council as well, and there's a lot of frustration in there too about the process. So.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Ross, and thank you for hanging in there. I know we've run late, and I really appreciate you, coming down out of the high country and B, dealing with the bit of a delay here. It's massively appreciated, so thank you so much for coming in. With the Chair's permission, I'll continue through the rest of the Council agenda for this meeting. this is technically part of a council meeting. So we've finished item 4. So item 5, other business, there is none. Number 6, notice of motion, there hasn't been any raised. 7, questions, there are none. 8, next meeting is next Thursday, 13th of May. And then closing karakia. I think Yayan, who opened us? Was it you, Yayan? Peter opened, so. Tumitau Cramwell, thank you.
To wind us up, it's been a big day, and I think we need to acknowledge.
Just your button.
I think we need to acknowledge all those people. You do so much better than I have. This is our 5th day, so.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Scott. Nei te miki a koe, Nicole, e whakahaere te wāhaka whakamutinga, nō reira tēnā koe, koutou katoa. Ngā kai kaunihera, hei are o koutou tareka mō ngā kai kōrero mō ngā hapore aha ko nohia I tai mai rātou ki te kōrero kia tātou katoa. And tēnei te mihi atu hoki kia rātou I hara mai, just acknowledging all those submitters, the 1,200 and what, Peter? 97, and the ones who actually made time to come in and talk to us. We really acknowledge them, and you know, as councillors, we've got a lot of work to do in the next couple of weeks to go through our deliberations. So kia tātou, kia kaha. So you know, let's move together as one, as team Canterbury, and I'll finish off with karakia, nō reira, mino tātou. Unuhia, ki te tapa nui o tāne, kia wāti, kia māma, te kākau, te tinana, te wairo, te arataka tā koera, e roko, whakiriaki ki ruka kia tīna. Au me, huie, kia ora tātou.